Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, it was unplugged, sealed with duct tape, and hidden behind crates. When they cracked it open, there was no food, only layers of packed, damp soil. Beneath the top layer, they found a child's mitten, then a pacifier. At the very bottom, wrapped in plastic, was a shoe still tied. The story begins in Millbrook, Ohio, a town where everyone knew Eleanor Weber as Ms. Ellie. She was 68 years old when new tenants moved into her rental property and made the discovery in August 2019. But to understand what led to that freezer full of dirt, we need to go back nearly 40 years. Eleanor had always been the reliable neighbor on Sycamore Street. She brought homemade apple butter to welcome newcomers and organized the neighborhood watch program in 1982. Her husband Thomas had passed in 1975, heart attack while shoveling snow, leaving her alone in the two-story colonial with blue shutters. Within a year of Thomas's death, Eleanor began fostering children. She had this way with troubled kids, remembered Diane Hoffman, who lived next door for 32 years. They'd arrive with garbage bags of belongings and that vacant look. Within weeks, they'd be smiling, helping her in her garden. She had this patience. Between 1976 and 1992, 27 children cycled through Eleanor's home. Most stayed for 6 months to a year before reuniting with parents or moving to permanent placements. 6 children were eventually adopted by Eleanor, all siblings that she refused to see separated. The last child Eleanor fostered was 4-year-old Jasmine Miller, small for her age with curly brown hair and what case workers described as a profound reluctance to speak. Jasmine arrived in March of 1992 after being removed from her mother's home, where drug paraphernalia had been found within the child's reach. According to case files later examined, Jasmine began to thrive under Eleanor's care. She started talking more, gained weight, and even developed what Eleanor called a delightful little giggle. By summer, Eleanor had begun the process to adopt Jasmine, just as she had with the other children years before. Then came August 17, 1992. Eleanor called the police at 6:42 a.m., her voice trembling as she reported that Jasmine was missing from her bed. The responding officers noted that Eleanor was still in her nightgown, her eyes red and swollen. The back door stood open, which Eleanor insisted had been locked the night before. The search began immediately. Volunteers combed the nearby woods while police interviewed neighbors. No one had seen anything unusual. Jasmine's case file included the standard photographs, a school picture with her shy smile, and another of her wearing a yellow dress on Eleanor's porch, holding a stuffed rabbit. What never made sense to me, Detective Mark Simmons would later recall, was the lack of evidence. No fingerprints on the back door, no footprints in the soft garden soil outside. It was as if Jasmine had simply evaporated. The investigation continued intensively for 3 weeks. Then, like many cases involving missing children in small towns, it gradually faded from daily headlines to occasional updates to annual remembrances, and finally to that peculiar category of local history that residents mention in hushed tones. Eleanor never stopped searching. She maintained Jasmine's room exactly as it had been that August morning, the twin bed with yellow flowers on the comforter, a basket of toys in the corner, and a nightlight shaped like a crescent moon. Every year on Jasmine's birthday, Alina would bake a chocolate cake and leave it on the front porch overnight. By morning, it would be gone, and Alina would tell neighbors that angels took it for Jasmine. Life in Millbrook continued. Alina's adopted children grew up, went to college, started families of their own. They visited regularly, filling the blue colonial with grandchildren who played in the same yard where Jasmine had once collected caterpillars in jelly jars. As Alina entered her 60s, her health began to decline. Arthritis made gardening difficult. Her memory started to slip small things at first, like misplacing her reading glasses or forgetting to water her beloved African violets. By 2015, her children convinced her to move into a single-story home they purchased for her across town. Her eldest son, Michael, handled renting out the family home to help cover Alina's medical expenses. Which brings us to July 2019, when the Connors family, Jason, Maria, and their teenage son, signed a 2-year lease for the Blue Colonial on Sycamore Street. The house had been vacant for several months between tenants, and Alina's children had hired professionals to clean and prepare it for new occupants. Everything seemed normal those first few weeks, Maria Connor would later tell investigators. The house had good energy, if that makes sense, warm. We felt at home almost immediately. That changed on August 23, when Jason ventured into the basement to set up a weight bench. The previous tenants had left behind several storage crates stacked against the far wall. As Jason moved them, he discovered an old chest freezer, the kind with a heavy lid that locks into place. It had been unplugged, but was sealed shut with layers of silver duct tape wrapped in overlapping patterns. Curiosity got the better of him. Jason cut through the tape with a utility knife and lifted the lid. What he found made no sense at first. The freezer was filled to the brim with soil. Not the store-bought kind for houseplants, but dark, rich earth that might have come from a garden. I almost closed it back up, Jason later said. Figured it was just some weird storage thing, but something made me want to look closer. Using a gardening trowel he found nearby, Jason began to carefully dig through the dirt. About 6 inches down, his trowel hit something soft. A child's mitten, small, red, with a white snowflake pattern. Continuing to dig, he uncovered a pink plastic pacifier. At the very bottom of the freezer, wrapped carefully in multiple layers of plastic grocery bags, was a single child-sized shoe. A white kid sneaker, size 8, with the laces still tied in a double knot. Inside the shoe was a folded piece of paper with a child's drawing, a house, a woman with a smile, and a small figure holding what appeared to be a rabbit. Jason called the police immediately. The investigation that followed moved with a deliberate pace that frustrated the Connors family. The freezer and its contents were removed for forensic analysis. Ground-penetrating radar was used to scan the entire property, including the garden where Alina had spent so many hours with her foster children. Alina, now suffering from advanced dementia and living in a memory care facility, could provide no answers. On most days, she didn't recognize her own children, let alone remember details from nearly 3 decades earlier. When shown a photograph of Jasmine, Alina would sometimes smile and say, "My sunshine girl loves rabbits," before returning to her vacant stare. DNA testing of the soil revealed something the investigators hadn't expected. It contained traces of human remains, specifically decomposition fluid, but no larger biological material. The soil itself came from multiple sources, some from the backyard garden, some from a riverbank 2 miles away, and some from what analysis suggested was the floor of a forest. The mitten and pacifier bore no fingerprints, but the pacifier's brand had been discontinued in 1991. The shoe, however, provided the most unsettling evidence. Inside, barely visible on the insole, someone had written J.M. in permanent marker, Jasmine Miller's initials. Social services records showed that Alina had taken Jasmine to the doctor for a routine checkup just 3 days before reporting her missing. The doctor's notes indicated that Jasmine was healthy, appropriately responsive, with no signs of distress. A photograph taken during that visit showed Jasmine wearing white ked sneakers. As investigators dug deeper into Alina's past, they discovered more questions than answers. The night before Jasmine disappeared, Alina had purchased large quantities of garden soil from 3 different stores across the county. Her credit card was also used at a hardware store where she bought a new chest freezer, the same model as the one found in the basement. Alina's bank records showed a series of large cash withdrawals in the weeks before Jasmine's disappearance. And perhaps most disturbing, a neighbor who had been interviewed during the original investigation but whose statement had been overlooked reported seeing Alina in her garden at 3:00 a.m. on the night Jasmine vanished, digging like her life depended on it. In October 2019, investigators obtained permission to exhume the body of Thomas Weber, Alina's husband, who had supposedly died of a heart attack while shoveling snow in 1975. Forensic examination revealed that Thomas hadn't died of natural causes. He had suffered blunt force trauma to the back of his skull, concealed in the original autopsy by damage from a poorly performed examination. By December, the investigation had stalled again. Alina passed away peacefully in her sleep on Christmas morning, taking whatever secrets she held to her grave. Her obituary described her as a loving mother, grandmother, and champion for children in need. The Connors family broke their lease and moved out of the Blue Colonial in January 2020. The house remains empty, with a for sale sign that has weathered 2 winters without interest from buyers. Neighbors report that sometimes, late at night, they can hear the sound of a child's laughter coming from the backyard garden. To this day, no one knows exactly what happened to Jasmine Miller. The case remains officially open, one of thousands of missing children whose fates remain unresolved. The freezer, the dirt, the mitten, the pacifier, and the small white shoe with carefully tied laces are held in evidence storage at the Millbrook Police Department. Detective Simmons, now retired, still drives by the Blue Colonial every August 17th. Some cases get under your skin, he says, slowing his car as he passes. You start to wonder if knowing the truth would be worse than the not knowing. The basement freezer filled with dirt revealed more than just evidence of a potential crime. It uncovered the possibility that someone who dedicated her life to saving children might have been hiding something unimaginable beneath a carefully maintained facade of kindness. And in Millbrook, Ohio, on Jasmine's birthday each year, someone still leaves a chocolate cake on the porch of the empty Blue Colonial with the fading shutters. By morning, like the truth itself, it's always gone. Crime 2, in the quiet suburb of Millfield, Connecticut, Rebecca Adler's life had always been defined by routine. The 32-year-old elementary school teacher lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom house she'd inherited from her grandmother 5 years earlier. Neighbors described her as reserved but friendly, always ready with a gentle smile when collecting her mail or tending to her small garden of native perennials. Rebecca was known for her punctuality. Every weekday morning at precisely 7:15, she would back her silver Honda Civic out of the driveway. At 4:30 in the afternoon, she would return. On Saturdays, she visited her parents for lunch in nearby Westbrook. Sundays were for grocery shopping and lesson planning. This predictability made what happened on April 17, 2023, all the more unsettling. That Monday morning, Rebecca's car remained in the driveway. She didn't call in sick. She didn't answer texts from concerned colleagues. When school principal Diane Mayers drove by around noon, she found Rebecca's front door slightly ajar. Inside, nothing appeared disturbed. Rebecca's phone sat on the kitchen counter, fully charged. Her purse hung on its usual hook by the door. A half-empty cup of coffee had grown cold on the bathroom counter, lipstick smudged on its rim. But Rebecca Adler was gone. Detective James Lamont was assigned to the case later that afternoon. A 24-year veteran of the Millfield Police Department, Lamont had investigated his share of disappearances, but something about this one immediately struck him as unusual. The house felt suspended, he would later tell reporters, like someone had pressed pause in the middle of a normal morning routine. The initial search revealed no signs of struggle, no blood, no broken windows or forced entry. Security footage from the single camera at the corner gas station showed no unusual vehicles on the street that morning. Rebecca's closest friend, Megan Sullivan, insisted something was deeply wrong. She wouldn't just leave, Megan told investigators, her voice trembling. Not without telling someone, and especially not without her phone. That's not Rebecca. As days passed, investigators pieced together Rebecca's final known hours. She had spoken to her mother at 9:27 p.m. the night before her disappearance. The conversation had been ordinary, plans for the upcoming weekend, a new pasta recipe Rebecca wanted to try. She had sent her last text message at 10:14 p.m. to Megan, found the most beautiful antique mirror at that estate sale. Finally have something for that empty bathroom wall. Sleep well. The mirror, an ornate, full-length piece with an unusual bronze frame, became the first odd note in the investigation. Police found its packaging in Rebecca's recycling bin, but the mirror itself was nowhere in the house. According to the receipt found in Rebecca's purse, she had purchased it 3 days earlier from the estate sale of Alina Whitmore, a 94-year-old woman who had passed away after living in the same Millfield house for over 7 decades. When investigators visited the Whitmore estate, the late woman's grandson, Timothy Whitmore, seemed genuinely confused about the mirror. "I don't remember that piece at all," he said, reviewing the description, "and I cataloged everything in that house myself. My grandmother wasn't particularly superstitious, but she did have some peculiar ideas about certain objects. She kept detailed journals about everything she owned." The journals, which Timothy provided to investigators, contained no mention of the ornate mirror. The estate sale company had no record of where it had come from or how it had ended up among Alina Whitmore's possessions. 2 weeks into the investigation, another unsettling development occurred. Rebecca's neighbor, 78-year-old Walter Gaines, reported seeing lights in her house at 3:17 a.m. Police responded immediately but found the house empty and locked. The only unusual detail, a small puddle of water on the bathroom floor. The case took its strangest turn 1 month after Rebecca's disappearance when Diane Mayers, the school principal, received an envelope with no return address. Inside was a Polaroid photograph showing what appeared to be Rebecca standing in front of a bathroom mirror. The image was slightly blurred, but one detail stood out clearly. The wallpaper visible in the mirror's reflection didn't match the wallpaper seen in the rest of the bathroom. Handwriting analysis confirmed the note scrawled on the back was Rebecca's. It gave a reflection, but not mine. The image mimicked movement perfectly, but the room behind it was different, same layout, different wallpaper. And in that version, a second figure stood behind me, unmoving. The photograph was dated April 17, the day Rebecca disappeared. Forensic analysis of the Polaroid revealed fingerprints belonging to Rebecca and one unidentified set. The paper was determined to be from a vintage Polaroid camera manufactured in 1982. The photo development chemicals showed signs of degradation consistent with decades-old film stock, despite the image seemingly being recent. In July, 3 months after Rebecca's disappearance, an unexpected light emerged. A similar mirror had been purchased at another estate sale in Brattleboro, Vermont, some 130 miles north of Millfield. The buyer, 29-year-old graduate student Mason Fletcher, had also disappeared. Like Rebecca, Mason vanished without taking any belongings, leaving no signs of struggle. Like Rebecca, Mason had texted a friend about the unusual mirror the night before disappearing. And like Rebecca, Mason had left behind a bathroom with a small puddle of water on the floor. What connected the Whitmore estate to a deceased retired librarian in Vermont named Harold Phillips remained unclear. Records showed no obvious relationship between Eleanor Whitmore and Harold Phillips. The only tenuous connection, both had briefly lived in the same neighborhood in Providence, Rhode Island, in the early 1960s. In September, Detective Lamont received permission to excavate sections of Rebecca's bathroom. Beneath the tile floor, workers discovered an older layer of flooring, green and white hexagonal tiles that had been popular in the 1950s. Beneath that floor was a sealed wooden box containing a journal dating back to 1958. The handwriting matched samples from Eleanor Whitmore. The journal described an object she called the threshold mirror, which she claimed had belonged to 7 previous owners, all of whom had disappeared. According to Eleanor's writings, the mirror didn't simply reflect, it connected to what she never specified. Her final entry, dated November 17, 1962, read, "I've sealed it away. The temptation is too great. Some doors aren't meant to be opened. Some reflections shouldn't be trusted." In December 2023, 8 months after Rebecca's disappearance, a woman matching her description was briefly captured on a security camera at a gas station in Lakeville, Massachusetts. The footage, though grainy, showed the woman passing something to a young man before both walked out of frame. Forensic analysts could not conclusively confirm it was Rebecca, but her parents insisted the mannerisms and walk were unmistakably their daughter's. The investigation remains open. Rebecca Adler and Mason Fletcher are still missing. 4 other disappearances across New England have since been tentatively linked to similar antique mirrors purchased at estate sales. In each case, a small puddle of water was found on the bathroom floor. In each case, the mirrors themselves were never recovered. Eleanor Whitmore's journal is now held as evidence. Its final pages contain a hand-drawn symbol resembling a door partly ajar, with text in what linguists have identified as a phonetic rendering of an obscure Romanian dialect. When the glass doesn't break but peels, when the reflection shows what isn't there, look for the second figure. They are always watching. They are always waiting to step through. At Rebecca's house, which remains under her parents' care, the bathroom has been remodeled. The wall where a mirror might have hung remains deliberately bare. Walter Gaines, the elderly neighbor, still reports seeing lights occasionally, always at 3:17 a.m., always briefly. Police respond each time but find nothing. The most recent development came last month, an anonymous package delivered to Detective Lamont containing a single bronze screw, apparently from an antique frame, and a note in unfamiliar handwriting. Some reflections are doors. Some doors should stay closed. For those investigating the disappearance of Rebecca Adler, one question remains paramount. What really happened in that bathroom on April 17? And was the mirror truly a mirror at all? Crime 3, letters were torn, envelopes shredded. The flap had scratches around it, but not from claws, from teeth. Human teeth, perfect rows of bite impressions deep into the wood. One letter remained intact, no return address, no stamp, just a single sentence inside. She's hungry again. Detective Morgan Reeves stood in the hallway of the modest two-story home in Millfield, Connecticut. It was early October 2019, leaves turning outside, but inside the Lambert house time had frozen. The detective's eyes traveled from the mail slot to the scattered papers on the wooden floor. Mrs. Caroline Lambert, 67, stood trembling behind him, her cardigan pulled tight across her chest despite the warmth of the house. "It's been happening for 3 weeks now," she whispered, voice thin as tissue paper. "At first I thought it was neighborhood kids, but those marks..." Her voice trailed off as she pointed to the wooden flap. Morgan knelt down, careful not to disturb the scene. The indentations were unmistakable, adult-sized teeth marks, methodically pressed into the wood with enough force to splinter it in places. Some appeared fresher than others, suggesting multiple incidents. Caroline Lambert had lived alone in the house since her husband Thomas died 5 years ago. Their only daughter, Rebecca, had moved to Seattle after college, visiting only on major holidays. The neighborhood was upper middle class, quiet, with well-maintained lawns and nosy neighbors who noticed when someone missed a recycling day. "Have you had any unusual visitors lately? Anyone new in your life?" Morgan asked, still studying the markings. "No one," Caroline said. "I play bridge on Tuesdays with the same ladies I've known for 20 years. I see my sister every Sunday after church." Morgan photographed the scene, bagged the anonymous note, and promised to have an officer drive by regularly. But as he drove back to the station, something about Caroline's eyes bothered him. They darted away when she mentioned her daughter. A small tell, but one he'd learned to notice over 15 years as a detective. The next morning, Morgan called Rebecca Lambert in Seattle. Her voice was professional, controlled. She worked as a pediatric psychiatrist at a well-regarded hospital. "My mother has always been dramatic," Rebecca said after hearing about the incident. "She calls me about prowlers and strange noises at least once a month." "What about the teeth marks?" Morgan asked. A long pause followed. "Detective, my mother has been diagnosed with early-stage dementia last year. She didn't want anyone to know. Sometimes Rebecca's voice caught. Sometimes she does things and doesn't remember. Once I found her cutting up her own clothes with kitchen scissors. She had no recollection afterward." Morgan thanked her and hung up, but something still felt off. He ran a background check on Caroline Lambert. Nothing unusual, retired school librarian, volunteer at the local hospital, widow. Her husband Thomas had been an insurance adjuster who died of a heart attack in 2014. 3 days later, Mrs. Gilbert from 2 houses down called the station. She'd been walking her dog at 5:30 a.m. and saw someone crouched at Caroline's front door. A small figure hunched over. "I thought it was Caroline checking for the newspaper, but when I called out, they ran like a young person, detective." That same morning, Officer Patel found Caroline unconscious on her kitchen floor. The mail slot had been broken completely, wood splintered outward as if someone had punched through it from outside. Caroline was hospitalized with dehydration and mild hypothermia. She'd apparently been lying there for hours. In her hospital room, Caroline seemed frailer, her skin nearly translucent under the fluorescent lights. "It's Marnie," she whispered when Morgan questioned her. "Marnie?" he asked, leaning closer. Rebecca's imaginary friend when she was little. Caroline's eyes filled with tears. except she wasn't imaginary. Morgan contacted Rebecca, who flew in that evening. At the hospital, she appeared controlled but exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. When asked about Marnie, her professional demeanor cracked slightly. "I had an imaginary friend named Marnie until I was about 12, she admitted. But that was normal developmental behavior. My mother always took it too seriously. She even set a place for Marnie at dinner sometimes." Morgan dug deeper into the family history. Hospital records showed Rebecca had been hospitalized for malnutrition at age 9. The attending physician had noted concerns about potential neglect, but nothing had been proven. Thomas Lambert had insisted Rebecca was a picky eater going through a phase. A week later, while Caroline remained in the hospital, Morgan obtained a warrant to search the Lambert house more thoroughly. In the basement, behind a false wall in the old coal room, they found a small space. Inside, a child-sized mattress, decaying stuffed animals, and scratches on the wall, tallies, hundreds of them, grouped in sets of 5, and carved into the door a name, Marni. DNA testing on the teeth marks from the male slot revealed something unsettling. They matched 2 different people. Some were Caroline's, the others belonged to an unknown female relative. Morgan brought Rebecca in for questioning. She sat rigid in the interview room, hands folded. "We found Marnie's room," he said simply. Rebecca's face remained impressively blank. "My mother created that space years ago. For my imaginary friend. She was unwell even then." "The DNA doesn't lie, Rebecca. 2 different people bit that male slot. One was your mother, the other." "Isn't me," Rebecca interrupted. "Test me, you'll see." Morgan studied her. "I never suggested it was you." Rebecca's composure slipped for just a moment. Then who? The hospital called that evening. Caroline Lambert had disappeared from her room during shift change. Security footage showed her walking calmly out a side entrance, still in her hospital gown. No one had stopped her. Morgan drove to the Lambert house immediately. The front door stood ajar, swinging slightly in the autumn breeze. Inside, the house was silent except for a soft scratching sound from upstairs. Following the noise, Morgan climbed the stairs with his hand on his holstered gun. The scratching led him to what had once been Rebecca's childhood bedroom. Inside, Caroline sat cross-legged on the floor, using her fingernails to pry up floorboards. "Caroline," he said gently. She didn't look up. "She's hungry again," she whispered, still clawing at the wood. "I have to feed her." Under the loosened floorboards, Morgan discovered a small box containing a baby's hospital bracelet. It read, "Lambert, female B 10/14/1982, the same birth date as Rebecca." Rebecca arrived shortly after, having been called by the hospital. When she saw the bracelet, something changed in her eyes. "Twin," she whispered. "I had a twin." Caroline looked up, tears streaming down her face. Marnie was so small, so hungry all the time. Thomas said we couldn't afford 2 babies. He made me choose. The full story emerged slowly over the coming weeks. Thomas Lambert had forced Caroline to give up 1 twin, telling everyone the second baby had been stillborn. But instead of surrender her to adoption as promised, Thomas had hidden the infant in their home, in the secret basement room. Caroline, suffering from severe postpartum depression, had been convinced by her domineering husband that this was necessary, that they would deal with the second child later. But later never came. For years, young Marnie lived in that basement room while her twin sister Rebecca grew up above, never knowing. Caroline would sneak food down when Thomas wasn't home. The imaginary friend was Caroline's way of allowing the twins some connection, the only one Thomas would permit. After Thomas died, Caroline's guilt and dementia blurred the lines of reality. Sometimes she was Marnie, sometimes herself. The teeth marks on the male slot, some were indeed Caroline's, made during dissociative episodes, but the others remained a mystery. During the investigation, the basement room was fully excavated. Behind one wall, they found a small skeleton, determined to be that of a female child approximately 12 years old. Rebecca identified it as Marnie through DNA testing, but one question remained unanswered. If Marnie had died as a child, who was making the newer teeth marks on the male slot? Who had written, "She's hungry again"? Caroline was deemed unfit for trial and placed in a secure psychiatric facility. Rebecca sold the house and returned to Seattle. The case file remains open. Some nights, residents in the neighborhood still report seeing a small figure huddled by the front door of the now empty Lambert house. By the time police arrive, all they ever find are fresh teeth marks on the male slot and scattered envelopes, letters addressed to no one, delivered by unseen hands. Crime 4, they were silent, their hands glued in place, each one set to a different fixed position. Inside the closet, the walls were painted black except for a phrase repeated in chalk, "She waits between the seconds." One of the clocks had something hidden behind it, a photograph with no faces. Rebecca Kingsley had been the kind of person people described as steady. A 34-year-old librarian in Millbrook, Connecticut, she lived alone in a small colonial house inherited from her grandmother. Her life followed predictable patterns: morning coffee on her porch when weather permitted, weekly dinners with her sister, monthly book club meetings at the library. Her colleagues described her as meticulous, kind, but private, the type who remembered everyone's birthday but rarely spoke about her own life. Rebecca kept to herself, but not in a way that seemed strange, said Elaine Porter, the head librarian who had worked with Rebecca for 11 years. She was just content with her own company. The morning Rebecca didn't show up for work, Elaine thought little of it. It wasn't until Rebecca missed the budget meeting the following day, something she had never done in her career, that Elaine called Rebecca's sister, Marion. "I knew something was wrong the moment Elaine called," Marion would later tell Detective James Harlow. "Rebecca wouldn't miss work without calling. Not even when she had pneumonia 3 years ago." Marion drove to Rebecca's house that afternoon. The blue Colonial looked undisturbed, newspaper on the porch, mailbox empty as if Rebecca had collected yesterday's mail. Marion used her spare key to enter after repeated knocking yielded no response. The house was perfectly normal, Marion recalled. Her coffee mug was in the sink, her bed was made, her car was in the garage, but Rebecca wasn't there. The police report filed that evening noted no signs of forced entry, no struggle, no evidence of foul play. Rebecca Kingsley had simply vanished. Detective Harlow, a 20-year veteran of the small Millbrook Police Department, classified it as a missing person case, though privately he found the circumstances unsettling. Nothing was missing from the house. Rebecca's purse sat on the kitchen counter, wallet intact with credit cards and $63 in cash. Her phone rested on her nightstand, fully charged but powered off, something those who knew Rebecca found peculiar. She always kept it on, her sister insisted. Always. She worried about missing emergency calls from family. 3 days into the investigation, officers canvassing the neighborhood located a witness. Martin Gray, a retired professor who lived across the street, reported seeing Rebecca arrive home on the evening before her disappearance. More significantly, around 11:15 p.m., he noticed a dark sedan parked 2 houses down. "I'm a light sleeper," Gray explained. "I was at my window taking my evening medication when I saw someone walking from the direction of that car toward Rebecca's house. Couldn't tell if it was a man or woman. They wore dark clothes, moved carefully. I didn't think much of it then. Thought maybe it was a friend visiting." The sedan was gone by morning. Traffic cameras in the area had captured a vehicle matching the description, but the license plate was obscured by what appeared to be mud or tape. A week passed with no significant leads. Rebecca's bank accounts showed no activity. Her passport remained in her desk drawer. Security footage from businesses around town showed no trace of her after she left work that Tuesday evening. Then came the first unsettling discovery. While searching Rebecca's home computer, investigators found a folder titled "Clock Photographs." Inside were dozens of images of antique clocks, each photographed from the same angle, each showing a different time. The images were dated over a 3-year period, the most recent taken just 2 days before Rebecca disappeared. "We initially thought it might be a hobby," Detective Harlow explained, "but then we found the journal." Hidden in a false bottom of Rebecca's nightstand drawer was a leather-bound notebook. Most pages contained mundane daily entries, work notes, grocery lists, occasional reflections. But interspersed throughout were entries written in what appeared to be a coded language, accompanied by small drawings of clock faces. The breakthrough came when Marion identified the code as a modified version of a secret language she and Rebecca had created as children. Working with Marion, investigators began deciphering the entries. "He's watching again," read one entry from 6 months prior. "Third time this week, always at different times, always from different places." Another entry dated just 3 weeks before her disappearance. "Found another gift today, left exactly like the others. He knows my schedule. He knows when I'm alone." The coded entries painted a disturbing picture. For at least a year, Rebecca had been aware of someone watching her, following her, occasionally leaving small gifts, items so innocuous that Rebecca had never reported them to police. A smooth stone on her porch, a single glove on her car, a bookmark placed in her returned library books that she didn't recognize. When investigators asked why Rebecca never reported these incidents, Marion's answer was revealing. "Our mother had severe paranoia in her later years. Rebecca was always afraid of, overreacting, of seeing things that weren't there." The case took an even more unsettling turn when investigators began reviewing security footage from the library where Rebecca worked. On multiple occasions over the previous months, a man could be seen watching Rebecca from between bookshelves, always careful to keep his face angled away from cameras. He never approached her directly, never checked out books. He would simply observe, sometimes for hours, then leave. Library records showed no way to identify him. He never used the computers, never presented a library card. Staff, when shown still images, couldn't recall interacting with him. He was, as one officer put it, perfectly forgettable. 2 weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, police received an anonymous call from a burner phone. The caller, a man with a deliberate, measured voice, said only, "Have you found her closet yet, the one behind the bookshelf?" The call disconnected before the dispatcher could respond. Returning to Rebecca's house, investigators examined her bedroom closet and found nothing unusual. It wasn't until they noticed a slight gap between her bookshelf and the wall that they discovered it. A hidden door, professionally installed, leading to a small room that shouldn't have existed according to the house plans. Inside was what could only be described as a shrine. The walls were painted black. 13 antique clocks hung in a perfect circle, none of them ticking, each set to a different time. Written in white chalk, repeated dozens of times around the room, were the words, "She waits between the seconds." Behind one clock, investigators found a photograph of Rebecca sleeping in her bed, clearly taken without her knowledge. That's when we realized, Detective Harlow would later say in interviews, Rebecca wasn't just missing, she had been hunted. The discovery transformed the investigation. Forensic teams found microscopic evidence that the room had been recently occupied by at least 2 people. A partial fingerprint, not Rebecca's, was lifted from one of the clock faces. Hair fibers, also not matching Rebecca's, were collected from the floor. The fingerprint yielded no matches in any database. The DNA from the hair belonged to a male, but similarly found no match in criminal records. As the investigation deepened, uncomfortable questions emerged about Rebecca's past. Former colleagues from her previous job at a university library in Massachusetts recalled her abrupt resignation following what had been described as a misunderstanding with a visiting professor. Rebecca had never discussed the details, even with her sister. Police located the professor, now teaching in Oregon. His alibi for the time of Rebecca's disappearance was solid. He had been teaching a seminar in Seattle, verified by multiple witnesses and hotel records. Yet something in his demeanor during questioning left investigators uneasy. He was helpful, noted Detective Harlow in his case files, perhaps too helpful. He offered information we hadn't asked for, seemed to anticipate our questions. 3 months after Rebecca's disappearance, a hiker in the woods 15 miles from Millbrook found a woman's shoe partially buried in leaves. It matched the type Rebecca was last seen wearing, according to her sister. Despite an exhaustive search of the surrounding forest, no other evidence was discovered. The case stalled, tips dwindled. The media, initially captivated by the mysterious room of clocks, gradually moved on to newer stories. Then, on the 1-year anniversary of Rebecca's disappearance, Marion received a postcard. The front showed an antique clock tower in a European city she didn't recognize. The back contained no message, only a time, 3:42. When investigators checked the hidden room again, they found that the clock hiding the photograph had been moved, its hands now pointing to 3:42. The room had been sealed with police tape. No one should have been able to enter. Yet someone had, and the photograph behind the clock had been replaced with a new one. Rebecca, her face partially visible, sitting in what appeared to be a window seat, looking out at mountains that experts would later identify as likely being in northern Italy. She appeared thin but unharmed. The timestamp embedded in the digital image's metadata was from 3 days earlier. To this day, Rebecca Kingsley remains missing. The clocks in the hidden room continue their silent vigil. Italian authorities have searched possible locations matching the photograph but found nothing conclusive. Detective Harlow, now retired, still keeps a copy of the case file at home. Sometimes, late at night, he finds himself staring at that last photograph, at Rebecca's distant expression as she gazes toward mountains she never mentioned wanting to see. The question that haunts me, Harlow confessed during a recent interview, isn't whether Rebecca is alive. The photograph suggests she is, or at least was, a year after her disappearance. The question is she a captive, or did she engineer her own vanishing? And either way, why the clocks? What happens at the moment when all those frozen hands align? The case remains open. In Rebecca's hidden room, 13 clocks remain frozen in time, waiting for answers that may never come. Crime 5, wooden planks crisscrossed over the tub, nailed into the tile as if to keep something in. When the boards were pulled off, the drain was clogged with hair and something fibrous. Etched into the porcelain beneath the grime was a message: "Please stop me." Officer Danielle Mayers had seen many strange things in her 15 years with the Pinewood County Sheriff's Department, but the scene in apartment 407 of the Oak Ridge complex left her standing silent in the doorway of the bathroom. The air smelled of mildew and something sharper, bleach perhaps, or another cleaning agent. The small window above the tub had been covered with cardboard and duct tape, blocking all natural light. The call had come in that morning. A maintenance worker checking on a reported water leak had used his master key when no one answered. The tenant, 28-year-old Marcus Wheeler, hadn't been seen by neighbors for nearly 2 weeks. Marcus had moved to the town of Hillsbrook, Oregon, 3 years earlier. Originally from Minneapolis, he had taken a job as a night shift pharmacy technician at the local hospital. Colleagues described him as quiet but pleasant, someone who kept to himself but was always reliable. He lived alone and, as far as anyone knew, had no family in the area. His apartment was meticulously clean and organized, almost sterile in its precision. Books lined the shelves alphabetically. The refrigerator contained nothing but bottled water and meal prep containers labeled with days of the week. The bedroom closet displayed clothes arranged by color, each hanger exactly the same distance from the next. The only room that didn't match this pattern of precise order was the bathroom with its nailed-shut bathtub. "He was particular," said Alina Richards, the elderly woman who lived in apartment 405. "Always nodded politely in the hallway, but never stopped to chat. I noticed he only ever wore long sleeves, even during that heat wave last July." She paused, lowering her voice. "Sometimes, late at night, I could hear water running. For hours, it seemed." The search for Marcus began immediately, but there was little to go on. His car, a gray 2018 Honda Civic, was still in its assigned parking space. His passport remained in a drawer. His phone was found charging on his nightstand, locked with a password no one could crack. At the hospital, his supervisor mentioned that Marcus had requested personal leave 2 weeks earlier, citing family issues, though no one knew what family he might have been referring to. Detective Alan Sorensen took the lead on the case. A gruff, methodical investigator with 22 years of experience, he approached the mystery with his usual thoroughness. "Background first," he muttered to himself, settling in with a cup of black coffee and Marcus's sparse employment file. What emerged was the portrait of a man who barely existed on paper. Marcus Wheeler had a social security number, a driver's license, and a work history that started 3 years ago when he moved to Hillsbrook. Before that, there was almost nothing, a few addresses in Minneapolis, but no employment records, no social media accounts, no credit history older than 36 months. "It's like he was born 3 years ago," Detective Sorensen remarked to his partner, Detective Lisa Chen. "Even his fingerprints aren't in any system." It was Chen who found the first real clue. Examining Marcus's bank statements, she noticed a pattern of monthly cash withdrawals, exactly $217.50, always on the 14th of each month. The transactions took place at different ATMs around town, never the same location twice. When they searched the apartment a second time, They found a leather-bound journal hidden inside a hollowed-out copy of East of Eden on his bookshelf. The journal contained no personal reflections, only dates and initials. October 14, 2023, AMS paid. November 14, 2023, AMS paid. December 14, 2023, AMS paid. The entries continued month after month, always with the same initials. The final entry, dated just 2 weeks earlier, was different. April 14, 2025, AMS last payment. I can't do this anymore. Chen cross-referenced the initials with local databases and came up with several possibilities. The most promising was a Dr. Amelia Margaret Sullivan, a psychiatrist with a private practice in a neighboring town. When questioned, Dr. Sullivan cited patient confidentiality. It took a court order to compel her to admit that Marcus Wheeler had indeed been her patient for the past 3 years. I can only tell you that Mr. Wheeler came to me with severe trauma-related issues, she said carefully. He was making progress, but our work was far from complete when he terminated therapy 2 weeks ago. When pressed about the cash payments, unusual in an era of insurance and electronic transactions, Dr. Sullivan looked uncomfortable. Some patients prefer anonymity. It's not standard practice, but there are exceptions. The investigator sensed she was holding back, but legally could extract little more. The message etched into the bathtub, "Please stop me," took on a more ominous tone. On day 5 of the investigation, Detective Sorensen received a call from the Minneapolis Police Department. They had a match for Marcus Wheeler's fingerprints, but under a different name, Tyler Mercer. Tyler had been reported missing 7 years earlier at age 21, shortly after the brutal murder of his roommate, Andrew Schieffer. Andrew had been found in their shared apartment, his throat cut while he slept. The primary suspect had been Tyler, who disappeared the same night. Blood evidence suggested the killer had suffered a serious injury during the attack, likely a deep cut to the hand or forearm. Tyler's family had insisted he was incapable of such violence, describing him as gentle and conflict avoidant to a fault. The case had gone cold after investigators failed to locate Tyler, and now they knew why. Tyler Mercer had become Marcus Wheeler, moving across the country and creating a new identity. But if Marcus was Tyler, and Tyler had killed his roommate, where was he now? And what did the bathtub have to do with anything? The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A nurse at the hospital where Marcus worked remembered something odd. He always kept his arms covered, but once during a staff picnic his sleeve rode up. I noticed what looked like an old scar running down his forearm. When he saw me looking, he pulled his sleeve down immediately and left early. Detective Chen theorized that the scar might be evidence of the injury sustained during Andrew Schieffer's murder, but something still didn't add up. Why would Marcus slash Tyler Nail shut his own bathtub and leave a message asking someone to stop him? On day 7, they got their answer when a body was found in the woods 20 miles outside of town. The remains were badly decomposed, but dental records confirmed it was Marcus Wheeler. He had died from an overdose of prescription medications. Beside his body was a handwritten letter. I didn't kill Andrew. I walked in and found him, tried to help, cut myself on the same knife. I ran because I knew no one would believe me. For 7 years I've paid the real killer to keep quiet about what really happened that night. I can't live with the guilt of not turning him in, but I'm too much of a coward to face what comes next. The bathtub was where I tried to end it the first time 3 years ago. I couldn't go through with it then. I'm sorry. The letter was signed Tyler. The initials AMS now took on a different meaning. They weren't Dr. Amelia Sullivan's initials, but rather those of Andrew's older brother, Alexander Michael Schieffer. When Minneapolis police located him, they found a man living well above his means as a part-time bartender. In his apartment were bus tickets to various cities, including one to Hillsborough dated 2 weeks earlier. Under interrogation, Alexander eventually confessed. He had killed his own brother in a dispute over their parents' inheritance, then discovered Tyler hiding in the bathroom. He'd forced Tyler to flee, threatening to frame him for the murder. For years, he had blackmailed him, enjoying the power and the extra income. "I came to finish things when the payments stopped," Alexander admitted. "But when I got to his apartment, no one was home. I got angry, found a hammer in his kitchen drawer, and nailed the bathtub shut because I knew what it meant to him. It was his escape plan. I wanted him to know he couldn't escape me." By the time Alexander had arrived in Hillsborough, Tyler/Marcus had already gone to the woods, unable to continue living with his secret and his shame. The nailed bathtub was Alexander's final act of cruelty toward a man who had already suffered enough. At Marcus Wheeler's funeral, only hospital coworkers attended. The elderly neighbor, Elena Richards, placed a single white lily on his casket. "He was always so proper, so polite," she said quietly. "I wish I had known he was in trouble. I would have listened." In apartment 407 at the Oak Ridge complex, the bathroom has been renovated. The tub has been replaced, the tiles re-grouted. New tenants have moved in, unaware of what transpired there. But occasionally they mention to each other that the water pressure seems strange, sometimes flowing normally, sometimes slowing to a trickle in the middle of the night, as if someone else is using it too. And in the woods where Marcus Wheeler's body was found, a simple stone marker bears not the name he died with, but the one he was born with, Tyler Mercer. Beneath it, a quote from East of Eden. "We have only one story. All novels, all poetry, are built on the never-ending contest in ourselves of good and evil." Crime 6, each vent was packed tightly, rows of tiny shoes, some new, some cracked with age. Most were unmatched. Inside one pair they found a small sock stuffed with teeth. Another had a note rolled tight in the toe, one for each time she cried. The discovery came on a mild Tuesday in October 2018, when Marjorie Whitman, a 63-year-old property inspector, entered the foreclosed ranch-style home on Caldwell Street in the quiet suburb of Dunfield, Pennsylvania. The previous owners, the Garcias, had abandoned the property 3 months earlier without explanation, leaving behind most of their possessions. The neighbors had noticed nothing unusual. The Garcias kept to themselves. That's how it often goes in these cases. The truth hides behind drawn curtains, beyond the curious eyes of those who live just 20 feet away. Marjorie had been working as a property inspector for nearly 18 years. She'd seen it all: homes destroyed by vengeful former owners, makeshift meth labs in suburban basements, walls filled with cash from drug operations. But nothing had prepared her for what waited in the crawl space of 437 Caldwell Street. She'd noticed the slightly misaligned air vent cover in the master bedroom. Something about it seemed intentional rather than neglectful. "I don't know what made me check it," she later told Detective Aaron Ross. "Something just felt off about that room. Too clean, maybe. Everything else in the house was left in disarray, but that bedroom, it looked like someone had taken their time with it." Detective Ross would replay those words in his mind for months afterward. The Garcia family had seemed ordinary enough. Philip Garcia, 42, worked as an IT consultant, often from home. His wife, Elaine, 39, was a part-time dental hygienist at a local practice. They had a daughter, Sophia, who would have been 6 when they moved away. The neighbors described them as pleasant but private, the kind of family you wave to but don't really know. What began as a routine property inspection became the start of an investigation that would consume the Dunfield Police Department for years to come. After finding the first vent stuffed with children's shoes, Marjorie called the police immediately. Officer Daniels was first on the scene. His bodycam footage, later reviewed during the investigation, captured his quiet Jesus Christ as he shone his flashlight into the vent opening. By nightfall, forensic teams had discovered all 14 air vents in the house had been carefully packed with children's shoes. 87 pairs in total. Some appeared decades old, others recently purchased. Each vent had been carefully unsealed, filled, and then reattached to the wall or floor with new screws. The sock full of teeth contained 23 baby teeth. DNA testing would later confirm they came from at least 7 different children. The notes, there were 17 in total, each contained short, cryptic messages. She won't be cold anymore. His mother never looked. No one heard them anyway. The handwriting was neat, almost childlike in its precision. Detective Ross was assigned as lead investigator on the case. At 41, he'd been with the department for 15 years, working his way up from patrol to detective 6 years prior. He'd handled homicides before, but something about this case settled into his bones in a way others hadn't. "We didn't have bodies," he explained in a 2020 interview. "We had shoes, we had teeth, we had notes, but we didn't know if we were looking at evidence of multiple homicides or some bizarre collection. The teeth appeared to have come out naturally, not forcibly removed. The shoes showed normal wear patterns consistent with children who were learning to walk. Nothing conclusively pointed to violence, but everything together pointed to something deeply wrong." The investigation into the Garcia family revealed the first layer of complications. Philip and Elaine Garcia weren't actually Philip and Elaine Garcia. Their identities had been fabricated approximately 7 years earlier. Their social security numbers belonged to deceased individuals. Their employment references led to defunct businesses, and their prior address in Colorado didn't exist. School records for Sophia showed regular attendance and unremarkable academic performance, though teachers noted she rarely spoke and had no close friends. She was described as well-dressed, well-fed, but somehow absent even when present. The school nurse had recorded no concerns during her annual checkups. 3 months after the initial discovery, a photograph surfaced on an online forum dedicated to missing children. A user recognized Philip Garcia as Martin Keene, who had disappeared from Seattle in 2009 along with his wife, Rebecca. The couple had been suspects in a series of child disappearances in the Pacific Northwest between 2006 and 2009, though no charges had ever been filed due to lack of evidence. During this period, 5 children between the ages of 3 and 7 had vanished from various locations: playgrounds, shopping malls, even their own backyards. The only connection between the cases was that Martin Keene, working as a maintenance contractor, had performed work at each of the victims' homes in the weeks preceding their disappearances. Yet no physical evidence had tied him to the crimes, and witnesses had described the potential abductor as a woman acting alone. As Detective Ross and his team dug deeper, they discovered that Rebecca Keene had lost a child of her own in 2002, a daughter named Lily who had died of pneumonia at age 4. Medical records indicated multiple hospital visits throughout Lily's short life, raising questions about potential Munchausen syndrome by proxy, though nothing had been proven. The trail led them to 3 other identities the couple had assumed over the years: the Bishops in Oregon, 2010-2012, the Flemings in Idaho, 2012-2015, and finally the Garcias in Pennsylvania, 2015-2018. In each location, children had gone missing, one in Oregon, two in Idaho, and none reported in Dunfield. Ross assembled a timeline on the investigation room wall. It was disturbing to see it laid out, said Officer Jenkins, who assisted with the case. 8 children had disappeared in areas where this couple lived, but we couldn't definitively place them at any of the abduction sites, and we still didn't have proof that harm had come to any of the missing children. The forensic analysis of the shoes provided partial answers. 5 pairs were matched to children who had gone missing during the timeline when the Keens were in those areas. The DNA from the teeth, however, didn't match any of the missing children's profiles on record. In January 2019, 3 months into the investigation, Ross received a call from a detective in Carson City, Nevada, where a rental home had been found with similar modifications to the air vents. The occupants, a couple in their 40s with a young girl, had lived there for only 4 months before disappearing in November 2018. Around the same time, the investigation in Dunfield had begun making headlines. Security footage from a gas station outside Carson City captured the family. The girl, presumed to be Sophia or whatever her real name might be, appeared healthy but subdued. She stared directly into the camera for a long moment, her expression unreadable, before her mother gently guided her back into their car. That's when we realized they were still out there, still moving, possibly still abducting, Ross said. And they had a child with them who might be a victim herself, or might be being groomed to participate. The investigation expanded into a multi-state manhunt. FBI resources were allocated to tracking the couple's movements. Their images appeared on digital billboards across the country. Tips flooded in, most leading nowhere. The couple seemed to know how to stay invisible, using cash only, avoiding surveillance cameras, likely changing their appearances. In March 2019, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A retired school teacher in Boise recognized Rebecca Keene from news coverage. She had taught alongside Rebecca, then using the name Sarah Fleming, at an elementary school in 2013. She recalled a disturbing conversation during a faculty meeting about child safety. Sarah said something that stuck with me, the teacher reported. She said children disappear all the time and no one really looks hard enough. She said some children need to be saved from their parents, that sometimes taking them is the kindest thing you can do. This testimony shifted the investigation's focus. The profile developed by FBI behavioral analysts suggested that Rebecca might be the primary actor, with Martin serving as accomplice. They theorized that after losing her own child, Rebecca may have developed a pathological need to save other children she perceived as neglected or at risk, a twisted maternal instinct that justified abduction in her mind. The question of what happened to the children remained. No bodies had been found. The shoes and teeth provided evidence of their existence, but not their fate. The prevailing theory was that the children were either being kept somewhere or, more disturbingly, had been killed and buried in locations that remained undiscovered. In July 2019, 9 months into the investigation, a woman in a Phoenix homeless shelter recognized Martin Keene from a news report. By the time police arrived, he was gone, but security footage showed him alone, appearing disheveled and agitated. There was no sign of Rebecca or the girl. 2 weeks later, Martin's body was found in a budget motel room in Tucson. He had died from an overdose of prescription medications and alcohol. A handwritten note was found beside him. "I never wanted any of it. They're with her. She says they're finally safe." The suicide complicated the investigation. Martin could no longer provide answers, and the note suggested that Rebecca was still alive and potentially had custody of multiple children, the girl seen with them, and possibly some of the abducted children. In September 2019, a rental house in rural New Mexico was identified as a location where the couple had lived briefly in 2016 under the names Carl and Donna Wilson. Local authorities executed a search warrant and discovered a hidden room behind a false wall in the basement. The room contained 7 small beds, neatly made with identical blue blankets. On the wall hung 7 school backpacks, each containing a change of clothes and a small stuffed animal. But there were no children, no remains, nothing to indicate their fate. The investigation continued into 2020, with periodic sightings of Rebecca reported across the southwestern United States, always with a young girl and sometimes with other children. None of these sightings led to an apprehension. In August 2020, nearly 2 years after the initial discovery in Dunfield, a woman's body was found in a remote area of the Mojave Desert. Dental records confirmed it was Rebecca Keene. The cause of death was exposure. She had apparently become disoriented while hiking and succumbed to the harsh desert conditions. A search of the area revealed a campsite approximately 3 miles away, but no sign of any children. In her possession was a journal, water-damaged but partially legible. The entries painted a picture of a deeply disturbed mind, one that believed she was rescuing children from abuse that often existed only in her imagination. Saw bruises on the boy at the park. His mother laughed when he fell, watched them for 3 days, he needs me more than her. And later, they cry for their old homes at first, but then they understand. I show them what real love is. Martin doesn't understand why we need to keep moving. He doesn't see what I see. The final entry, dated just days before her death, read, "Sent them to the safe place. They'll wait for me there. No one will find them until I return. They're playing together now, all my children, even Lily." The reference to a safe place triggered an intensive search of the surrounding 50-mile radius, but no trace of any children was found. The mention of Lily, her deceased biological daughter, raised disturbing questions about Rebecca's grip on reality and the fate of the children she had taken. To date, none of the missing children have been found, alive or deceased. The girl who traveled with the couple, believed to be either an early victim who was never reported missing or possibly an illegally adopted child, remains unidentified and missing. The air vents stuffed with baby shoes stand as a macabre monument to Rebecca Keene's delusions. Each pair represented a child she believed she had saved, a twisted trophy collection that has provided more questions than answers. Detective Ross, now working cold cases for the FBI, still keeps a small notebook dedicated to the case. "Sometimes I wake up thinking about those shoes," he said in a recent interview, "about the children who wore them, about whether they're still out there somewhere waiting to be found. The hardest part isn't knowing that terrible things happen, it's not knowing what happened at all." The investigation remains open. The shoes remain in evidence lockers, and somewhere perhaps children wait to be found. For the families of the missing, the years have passed without closure. They cling to the possibility that their children might still be alive, even as the investigation increasingly suggests otherwise. They keep their porch lights on, just in case. And in Dunfield, Pennsylvania, the house on Caldwell Street remains empty. No one wants to buy the property where air vents were stuffed with baby shoes, each one representing a child who vanished without a trace, into the care of a woman who thought she was saving them. Crime 7, hundreds of them oily, child-sized, covering every inch above the bed, No ladder marks, no dust disturbed on the walls, and on the pillow below the outline of a hand pressed into the fabric. When blacklight was used, the print glowed brighter than anything else in the room. Detective Lori Matheson had seen many disturbing things in her 15 years with the Millbrook Police Department, but nothing quite like this. The small town of Millbrook, Pennsylvania, population 8,742, rarely saw anything more serious than petty theft or the occasional DUI. Until April 17, 2019, when 12-year-old Eliza Carden didn't show up for breakfast. Eliza was the kind of child people noticed, bright, with hazel eyes that seemed to take in everything around her. She had a habit of twirling the end of her long brown braid when she was thinking, which, according to her teachers, was often. Her bedroom walls were lined with books arranged meticulously by color. She was particular about order, her mother, Karen, would later tell Detective Matheson through tears. She couldn't sleep if things weren't in their place. The Cardens lived in a restored Victorian home on Sycamore Street, the kind with wraparound porches and detailed gingerbread trim that attracted tourists to the historic district every fall. Daniel Carden, Eliza's father, was the town's most respected dentist. Karen ran a small bakery downtown. They were the family that other families aspired to be, at least on the surface. The morning Eliza disappeared started like any other Wednesday. Karen made pancakes, Daniel read the newspaper at the kitchen table, and Eliza's 16-year-old brother, Tyler, rushed through breakfast before heading to early swim practice. Karen called up the stairs at 7:15 a.m. as she did every school day. When Eliza didn't respond, she called again. By 7:30, concerned but not yet panicked, Karen climbed the stairs to her daughter's bedroom. The door was closed, Karen would later recount, her voice hollow. Eliza never closed her door at night. She was afraid of the dark. The room appeared undisturbed at first glance. The bed was made, which was unusual for a 12-year-old but typical for Eliza. Her backpack sat by the desk, packed for school. Her favorite stuffed rabbit, threadbare from years of love, was propped against her pillow, but Eliza wasn't there. It wasn't until Karen noticed the window, unlocked and open just a crack, despite the April chill, that fear truly took hold. Daniel called the police at 7:42 a.m. By 8:15, officers Thompson and Diaz had arrived. By noon, the entire Millbrook Police Department was searching for Eliza Carden. Detective Matheson arrived at the Carden home at 2:13 p.m. She had been handling a case in neighboring Westfield, but was called back immediately when the report came in. She had known the Cardens peripherally. Millbrook was the kind of town where everyone knew everyone, at least by sight, but had never been inside their home. The house felt wrong, she would later tell her partner. Too perfect somehow, like it was waiting for something. The initial search revealed nothing unusual, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle. Eliza's phone sat charging on her nightstand, her jacket hung in the hall closet, her toothbrush was dry. It was as if she had simply evaporated. The first 48 hours of any missing persons case are crucial, but with a child they become absolutely critical. Volunteers combed the woods behind the Carden home. Divers searched the creek that ran through the center of town. Officers interviewed teachers, friends, neighbors. No one had seen anything unusual. No one had heard anything strange. It wasn't until the third day that they found the first thumbprint. Officer Jimenez noticed it while examining Eliza's window frame, a small, oily mark that didn't match any of the family's prints. Standard procedure led them to use luminol and alternative light sources throughout the room. That's when Detective Matheson first saw the ceiling. It was like looking at a negative of the night sky. she would later write in her report. Hundreds of small impressions, evenly spaced, covering the entire ceiling above Eliza's bed. All of them matched the print on the window. More disturbing was what the prints revealed under ultraviolet light. They glowed a distinct blue-green, indicating the presence of phosphorus. Phosphorus that shouldn't have been there. Phosphorus that had no reasonable explanation. The discovery transformed the investigation. What had been a missing child case now became something far more perplexing. Forensic specialists spent days analyzing the ceiling, taking samples, comparing the prints to databases. They came back with troubling results. The prints belonged to a child approximately Eliza's age, but they weren't Eliza's. The media descended on Millbrook like vultures. Thumbprint mystery in Pennsylvania child disappearance blared headlines across the nation. Amateur sleuths created online forums dedicated to the case. Psychics offered their services. The Cardins retreated further into their perfect house, shutters drawn against the curiosity of the world. As weeks passed without progress, attention turned to the family. It always did in cases like this. Daniel's dental practice suffered as patients quietly found care elsewhere. Karen closed the bakery temporarily. Tyler stopped attending swim practice, then school altogether. Rumors began to circulate about Daniel's financial troubles, about Karen's prescription medication use, about Tyler's volatile temper. Detective Matheson followed every lead methodically, eliminating possibilities one by one. The Cardins cooperated fully, submitting to multiple interviews, allowing repeated searches of their home. "We just want our daughter back," Daniel said at a press conference exactly 1 month after Eliza's disappearance. His face had grown gaunt, his eyes hollow. Karen stood beside him, silent, gripping his hand so tightly her knuckles shone white against her pale skin. In early June, almost 2 months after Eliza vanished, the case took another bizarre turn. Tyler Cardin was found sleepwalking through town at 3:17 a.m., his hands and clothes covered in a phosphorescent substance that matched the residue from the ceiling prints. When awakened by Officer Thompson, he had no memory of leaving his bed. Detective Matheson interviewed Tyler that morning. The teenager sat across from her, dark circles under his eyes, his hands trembling slightly. "I keep having this dream," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm in Eliza's room, but I'm not me. I'm someone else watching her sleep. My hands feel wrong, too small, and I can touch the ceiling without standing on anything." "Have you had this dream before?" Matheson asked. Tyler nodded slowly. "Since I was little, but after Eliza disappeared, it changed. Now I see her watching me from the corner of the room. She's trying to tell me something, but I can't hear her." Psychiatric evaluation revealed that Tyler had been experiencing parasomnia episodes since childhood, complex sleep behaviors that had gone undiagnosed and untreated. But this didn't explain the thumbprints, the phosphorescent residue, or Eliza's disappearance. The investigation continued through summer and into fall. The community of Millbrook gradually returned to normal routines, though parents held their children closer. The media moved on to fresher tragedies. The Cardin house remained quiet, its perfect exterior beginning to show signs of neglect. Then on October 12th, exactly 178 days after she disappeared, Eliza Cardin walked into the Millbrook Police Department at 3:47 a.m. She was wearing the same pajamas she had worn the night she vanished, perfectly clean, without a single wrinkle. Her hair was neatly braided. She wasn't hungry or dehydrated. She showed no signs of trauma or abuse. The only thing different about her was a small, circular scar on the inside of her left wrist, precisely the size and shape of a child's thumbprint. Eliza couldn't or wouldn't explain where she had been or how she had returned. Medical examinations showed she was in perfect health, though slightly anemic. Psychological evaluations revealed no apparent trauma, but strange gaps in her memory. When asked about the night she disappeared, she would only say, "The ceiling was watching me." The Cardins brought their daughter home amid renewed media frenzy. Karen and Daniel presented a united front of gratitude and relief to the cameras, while Tyler remained conspicuously absent from family appearances. Detective Matheson made one final visit to the Cardin home 2 weeks after Eliza's return. The house felt different now, less perfect, more lived in. Karen offered coffee with hands that no longer trembled. Daniel spoke of returning to his practice. Eliza sat in the living room, reading quietly, occasionally touching the small scar on her wrist. Before leaving, Matheson asked to see Eliza's room one last time. The ceiling had been repainted, the bed replaced. No trace remained of the mysterious thumbprints. As she turned to go, Eliza appeared in the doorway. "They're still here," the girl said softly. "You just can't see them anymore." "Who is?" Matheson asked, kneeling to meet Eliza's eyes. "The others," Eliza replied, "the ones who borrow." When pressed for clarification, Eliza simply returned to her book, the conversation clearly over in her mind. The official report classified Eliza Cardin's case as resolved, unexplained circumstances. The thumbprints were documented but never identified. The phosphorescent substance was determined to be a compound not commonly found in nature, its origin untraceable. Tyler Cardin began treatment for his sleep disorder. Karen reopened her bakery. Daniel's patience gradually returned. Life in Millbrook settled back into its comfortable rhythms. But Detective Lori Matheson kept a copy of the case file at home, reviewing it occasionally late at night. And whenever she drove past the Cardin house on Sycamore Street, she found herself looking up at Eliza's window, wondering what might be watching from inside. And sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, she would wake suddenly, heart racing, convinced she could feel the weight of small, cold fingertips pressing against her ceiling, just above her bed. Hundreds of them, waiting, watching, borrowing. Crime 8, not built, buried. They discovered the wooden structure 6 feet beneath the garden, perfectly intact and sealed from the outside. Inside, 3 chairs, a lantern, and walls covered in pages from missing persons flyers. One was dated just 4 days ago, but no one had printed it. Millbrook, Connecticut wasn't a place where unusual things happened. Established in 1852, the small town had weathered nearly 2 centuries without much to distinguish it from countless other New England communities. Martin Scheller had lived there his entire life, inheriting his grandmother's colonial-style house on Elm Street when she passed in 2018. The property was modest but charming, a 2-story white clapboard with black shutters, surrounded by maple trees that blazed orange and red each fall. At 42, Martin was known in town as reliable but unremarkable. He worked remotely as an IT consultant, rarely entertaining guests but always nodding politely when passing neighbors on his evening walks. His routine was predictable: coffee at 7 a.m. on the front porch regardless of weather, work until 6 p.m., dinner alone, then television until bed. The neighbors described him as pleasant enough, though few had ever been inside his home. On April 17, 2023, Martin decided it was time to install the koi pond he'd been planning for years. The back garden was overgrown but spacious, with plenty of room for what he envisioned as a peaceful water feature surrounded by Japanese maples. He'd already ordered the equipment and hired local landscaper Jimmy Morales to help with the excavation. "We'll need to dig about 3 feet for a proper pond," Jimmy had explained during their consultation. "The ground's pretty soft back there, so it shouldn't be too difficult." Martin had nodded, already imagining the finished project. "Let's start next week," he said. Jimmy arrived with his small excavator at 8 a.m. that Monday. Martin brought him coffee as promised and watched from the kitchen window as the first scoops of earth were removed from what would become his sanctuary. By mid-morning, Jimmy had cleared about 2 feet of soil when his excavator blade hit something solid. "Probably an old tree root," Martin called from the porch. "This place has been here forever." Jimmy shook his head. "Doesn't feel like wood, more like, I don't know, maybe metal." He climbed down from the excavator and knelt by the hole, brushing away dirt with gloved hands. What emerged wasn't a root, nor was it metal. It was a perfectly flat wooden surface, treated with some kind of sealant that had preserved it underground. "What the hell?" Jimmy muttered, looking up at Martin. "You know anything about this?" Martin's face registered genuine confusion. "No idea. The property records didn't mention any structures back here." As Jimmy continued carefully clearing soil, the dimensions of the object became clear. It was a flat, sealed wooden roof, approximately 8 feet by 10 feet. By afternoon, they had exposed enough to see it wasn't just debris, but an intentionally buried structure with solid construction. "We need to call someone," Jimmy suggested. "This isn't normal." Martin hesitated. "Let's just see what it is first. Could be an old storm shelter or something." Jimmy looked doubtful but continued working. By late afternoon, they had uncovered what appeared to be a trapdoor in the center of the wooden roof. It was secured with a heavy padlock, rusted but intact. "Your call," Jimmy said, stepping back. "But I'm thinking we should have the police take a look before opening that." Martin stared at the padlock for a long moment. "Let me grab some bolt cutters from the garage," he said finally. "If it's just an old shelter, I'd rather not make a fuss." The padlock gave way with surprising ease. The trapdoor was heavy, requiring both men to lift it. As it swung open, stale air rushed out, carrying a musty scent of contained space and old paper. Martin shined his flashlight into the darkness below, revealing a wooden ladder leading down. "I'm calling the police," Jimmy said firmly, already reaching for his phone. Officer Sarah Reeves arrived 30 minutes later, followed by her partner, Officer Thomas Grant. They secured the area with police tape and requested that Martin and Jimmy keep their distance while they investigated. "How long have you owned this property, Mr. Scheller?" Officer Reeves asked, her notepad ready. 5 years, Martin replied. "Inherited it from my grandmother. She lived here since the 70s. The officers descended carefully into the underground structure. They emerged 20 minutes later, their expressions grim. "Mr. Scheller, we're going to need to bring in some specialists," Officer Grant said. "What you've got here isn't a storm shelter." Within hours, the quiet backyard had transformed into a crime scene. The contents of the underground shed were methodically documented and removed. 3 wooden chairs arranged in a triangle, a battery-powered lantern that still worked when tested, and most disturbing of all, walls papered with missing persons flyers. Some were official police notices, others homemade pleas from desperate families. They span decades, from yellowed paper dating back to 1985 to crisp sheets that seemed impossibly recent. The most troubling discovery was a flyer featuring 19-year-old Cassie Dolan, a college student from nearby Hartford who had vanished while jogging just 4 days earlier. Her disappearance had barely made local news yet, let alone generated official missing persons materials. Detective Alina Walsh took lead on the investigation, interviewing Martin extensively in the following days. "Mr. Scheller, I need to understand your connection to this property's history," she explained during their third session together. "Your grandmother, did she ever mention anything unusual about the house or grounds?" Martin looked genuinely distressed. "Never. She was a quiet woman, kept to herself mostly. The garden was always overgrown. She never used that part of the yard." "And you never noticed anything strange, disturbed soil, unusual patches of ground?" "The whole backyard was just neglected. I always meant to do something with it, but work kept me busy." Detective Walsh nodded slowly. "We've run preliminary dating tests on the structure. The wood treatment contains chemicals that weren't commercially available before 1990, so it couldn't have been built during your grandmother's early ownership." As investigators continued their work, they made another discovery: fingerprints preserved on the inside of the wooden walls. The FBI matched 3 distinct sets, one belonging to Gregory Fenton, a local man who had disappeared in 1995 at age 32, another to Melissa Torres, a 16-year-old who vanished while walking home from school in 2008, and finally, partial prints that seemed fresh enough to have been made within the last week. The town of Millbrook transformed overnight. News vans lined Elm Street, reporters camped outside Martin's house, and neighbors who had barely spoken to him suddenly remembered odd behaviors they were eager to share on camera. "He always kept to himself," Mrs. Donovan from across the street told a Channel 8 reporter. "Never had visitors that I saw, always polite, but there was something off." Martin submitted voluntarily to fingerprint testing. His prints matched none found in the underground shed. DNA testing of hair fibers found on the chairs yielded similar results, no match to Martin or any of his known relatives. Police expanded their investigation to previous owners of the property before Martin's grandmother. 3 weeks into the investigation, another discovery complicated matters further. While examining property records, Detective Walsh found that in 1992, Martin's grandmother had hired a contractor to install an irrigation system in the backyard, a project that would have required substantial digging. The contractor was listed as Vernon Heller, who had since moved to Arizona. When contacted, Heller claimed to have no memory of installing anything unusual on the property. Just a standard sprinkler system, he insisted in a phone interview, nothing underground except pipes. But when pressed about specific areas of the yard, his recollection became noticeably vague. Meanwhile, forensic analysts were puzzled by the missing persons flyers. While most appeared to be authentic copies of actual notices, several, including Cassie Dolan's, contained details that had never been released to the public. Cassie's flyer mentioned a distinctive silver anklet she had been wearing when she disappeared, information her parents had told police, but that hadn't been included in any official documentation. The investigation took another turn when police located Gregory Fenton's brother, now living in Seattle. Greg was obsessed with disappearances, he explained during a video interview. Ever since our cousin vanished in the 80s, he kept files, followed cases obsessively, but he wasn't dangerous, just troubled. As summer turned to fall, the case remained open, but progress had stalled. Martin continued to cooperate, though he had temporarily relocated to a hotel to escape media attention. The underground shed yielded no additional clues, despite exhaustive forensic analysis. Then in late October, Cassie Dolan emerged from the woods near Farmington, 15 miles from where she'd disappeared. Disoriented and suffering from exposure, she was immediately hospitalized. When she was finally able to speak with investigators, her account raised more questions than it answered. "I was jogging," she explained from her hospital bed, voice weak but insistent. "Someone called my name. I thought it was another runner, but when I turned around, everything went black. When I woke up, I was in a wooden room underground. There were chairs, but I was tied to the wall somehow. A man would come every day with water and sandwiches." "Can you describe him?" Detective Walsh asked gently. Cassie shook her head slowly. He wore a mask like an old person's face, rubbery. He never spoke, just left food and sometimes stared at me. Then yesterday he came down and just untied me, led me through some kind of tunnel and up into the woods, said I should wait 20 minutes before moving. When I looked back, he was gone. The description matched nothing in the shed found on Martin's property. There was no tunnel, no evidence anyone had been restrained there. Yet somehow, Cassie's flyer had appeared on its wall days after her abduction. In December, ground-penetrating radar surveys of properties within a 2-mile radius of Martin's home revealed no additional underground structures. The investigation remained open but inactive, with Martin permitted to return to his house, though he chose to sell it instead, moving to Colorado to start fresh. The underground shed was professionally filled in and sealed, the garden restored to an unremarkable patch of lawn. But residents of Millbrook now eyed their properties with new suspicion, wondering what might lie beneath the surface of their seemingly ordinary lives. Detective Walsh still keeps a copy of Cassie Dolan's missing person flyer in her desk drawer, the one found in the shed, with details that shouldn't have been public knowledge. Sometimes, late at night, she finds herself studying it, wondering about the hands that created it and placed it there, and whether they might, even now, be preparing another. The shed remains a mystery, not only its purpose, but its very existence a question without answer. Not built, but buried. By whom, and for what purpose, Millbrook may never truly know. Crime 9, when they finally pulled it up, they found a massive stain beneath, dark, tacky, and smelling faintly metallic. In the center was a charred outline of a small hand, perfectly preserved. Around it, the words, "Don't let her out," had been scratched into the wood by fingernail. The discovery was made on a Tuesday morning in October 2018, in the small town of Millfield, Pennsylvania, population 3,742, where property prices had been steadily dropping since the closure of the local paper mill. The house on Sycamore Lane had been vacant for nearly 7 months before the Holloway family purchased it at a price that seemed too good to be true. Sarah Holloway was 34, a pediatric nurse with kind eyes and a quiet demeanor that put her young patients at ease. Her husband, Daniel, 41, worked remotely as a software developer. Their 8-year-old daughter, Emma, had been begging for a backyard with a treehouse, something impossible in their cramped Philadelphia apartment. The 3-bedroom colonial on Sycamore Lane, with its sprawling yard and century-old oak tree, seemed perfect. The previous owners, the Mackenzies, had moved out rather abruptly. Neighbors said they left in the middle of the night with just one moving truck, abandoning furniture and leaving clothes still hanging in closets. The real estate agent explained that Mr. Mackenzie had received a job offer overseas that couldn't wait. The Holloways didn't question it, not then. The house needed work, the walls were scuffed, the kitchen dated, and several rooms contained wall-to-wall carpeting that had clearly seen better days. The living room's burgundy shag carpet was particularly offensive to Sarah's sensibilities. She'd commented on it during the viewing, and the agent had shrugged, saying the previous owners were very insistent about not replacing it, something about it being a family heirloom. Daniel had laughed, who considers carpet an heirloom. It was strange, but not strange enough to deter them from making an offer. They could always replace the carpet later. The Holloways moved in on September 3rd, 2018. The first few weeks passed uneventfully as they settled into their new home and community. Emma started third grade at Millfield Elementary. Daniel set up his home office in the smallest bedroom. Sarah arranged shifts at the local hospital. It was Emma who first commented on the carpet. "It feels funny when I walk on it," she told her mother one evening as Sarah tucked her into bed, "like someone's watching me." Sarah dismissed it as new house jitters. "You'll get used to it, sweetheart. Soon it'll just feel like home." But Emma wasn't the only one who felt uneasy. Daniel began having trouble sleeping. He complained of hearing scratching sounds in the night like fingernails on wood. "It's probably just mice in the walls," Sarah reasoned. "We'll call an exterminator." The exterminator found no evidence of rodents. As October progressed, Sarah noticed Emma avoiding the living room. The child would stand at the threshold, refusing to step on the carpet. When asked why, Emma would only say, "She doesn't want me to." "Who doesn't want you to?" Sarah had asked. "The girl under the rug," Emma replied matter-of-factly. Children and their imaginations, Sarah had thought, but she couldn't ignore the goosebumps that rose on her arms. Then the nightmares began. Emma would wake screaming about a little girl with burnt hands trying to pull her through the floor. Daniel started sleepwalking, something he'd never done before. Sarah would find him standing in the living room at 3 a.m, staring down at the carpet, mumbling words she couldn't quite catch. Sarah herself began to notice oddities. The carpet seemed to resist cleaning, repelling vacuum cleaners with an unusual heaviness. And there was a smell, faint but persistent, that no amount of air freshener could mask, metallic, coppery, like old pennies. She might have let it go on longer, might have continued to rationalize the growing unease, if not for what happened on October 14th. Emma had been playing in the living room while Sarah prepared dinner. The sound of the child's scream sent Sarah running. She found Emma frozen in the center of the room, pointing down at the carpet with a trembling finger. "It moved," Emma whispered. "The floor breathed." Sarah saw nothing unusual, but Emma was inconsolable. That night, the child spiked a fever of 103 degrees and complained that her hands were burning. The pediatrician found no cause for the symptoms, which vanished as mysteriously as they had appeared. The next day, Sarah began researching the house's history. The town records were sparse, but a visit to the local library yielded more information than she had anticipated. The librarian, Mrs. Caldwell, had lived in Millfield her entire 73 years and remembered the house on Sycamore Lane all too well. "The Wheelers lived there before the Mackenzies," Mrs. Caldwell said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Lovely family, parents and 2 daughters, Mary and Abigail. Mary was the older one, 16 when it happened. Abigail was just 6. "When what happened?" Sarah asked, already dreading the answer. "The fire," Mrs. Caldwell replied, "started in the living room one night in 1987. The parents got out with Mary, but little Abigail. She trailed off, shaking her head. They said it was an electrical fault. The family moved away right after, couldn't bear to stay. And the Mackenzies, did they know about this when they bought the house? Mrs. Caldwell's eyes narrowed slightly. The Mackenzies knew more than they let on, I suspect. Carol Mackenzie, she came in here once, looked like she hadn't slept in days. Said her daughter kept talking about playing with a little girl named Abby who had hurt hands. Sarah felt the blood drain from her face. Did they have the living room carpeted? Not originally, that came later, about 3 months after they moved in. That evening, Sarah shared her findings with Daniel. To her surprise, he didn't dismiss her concerns. Instead, he confessed that he'd been having recurring dreams about a child trapped beneath the floorboards, scratching to get out. They decided to investigate. The next morning, after Emma left for school, they began pulling up the carpet in the living room. It was more difficult than it should have been. The edges had been nailed down, not tacked as was customary, but secured with long, heavy nails driven deep into the hardwood beneath. When they finally pulled it up, they found a massive stain beneath, dark, tacky, and smelling faintly metallic. In the center was a charred outline of a small hand, perfectly preserved. Around it, the words "Don't let her out" had been scratched into the wood by fingernail. Sarah called the police immediately. Detective Marcus Rivera arrived within the hour. He was a veteran of the Millfield Police Department, a man who had seen his share of disturbing scenes, yet even he seemed unsettled by what lay beneath the carpet. "This isn't just a stain from the fire," he said after examining it. "This is something else." Forensic testing later confirmed what they all suspected. The stain was blood, and a lot of it, far more than a 6-year-old girl would have contained. DNA analysis was inconclusive due to degradation, but there were multiple profiles present. The investigation that followed uncovered a truth far more disturbing than a tragic house fire. Mary Wheeler, the 16-year-old who had supposedly survived the fire with her parents, had been admitted to a psychiatric facility in Delaware 3 years after the incident. Her medical records, obtained via court order, contained transcripts of therapy sessions in which she spoke of her little sister Abigail's bad behaviors and how the family had been forced to keep her contained in the months before the fire. Abby wasn't right, Mary had told her therapist. Mom and Dad said she was sick, but I knew better. There was something in her, something that wanted to hurt us. The Wheeler parents had died in a car accident in 1992, taking whatever secrets they held to their graves. The Mackenzies proved harder to locate. They hadn't moved overseas as the real estate agent had claimed. Instead, they had changed their names and relocated to Arizona. When Detective Rivera finally tracked them down, Mrs. Mackenzie, now going by the name Linda Phillips, broke down. "We should have burned that house to the ground," she sobbed during her interview. "Our daughter started talking to her, to Abigail. Then the scratching started. We found Caroline, our daughter, in the living room one night, pulling up the floorboards with her bare hands until her fingers bled. She said Abby wanted to come out and play." The Mackenzies had covered the stain with the carpet, nailing it down after Caroline's third attempt to tear up the floor. They left when they found their daughter standing over their bed one night, kitchen knife in hand, whispering that Abby says you're keeping her prisoner. As for the Holloways, they never spent another night in the house on Sycamore Lane. The investigation continued, with ground-penetrating radar revealing anomalies beneath the living room floor. When the floorboards were removed, investigators found a crawl space that had been sealed off, not mentioned in any of the house's plans or records. Inside was a child-sized mattress, chains bolted to the support beams, and the skeletal remains of what DNA testing would later confirm was Abigail Wheeler. The official report concluded that Abigail had been kept imprisoned beneath the floor for an undetermined period before the fire. Whether the fire had been set to conceal her death or whether she had died in the blaze remained unclear. What was certain was that the little girl had spent her final days scratching at the underside of the floorboards, trying to escape. The case remains officially closed but fundamentally unsolved. The Wheeler parents and whatever motivations drove them to such cruelty are beyond the reach of earthly justice now. The house on Sycamore Lane stands empty once more, its windows dark, its secrets partially revealed but never fully understood. Local children whisper that on quiet nights you can still hear scratching coming from within, the sound of a little girl with burnt hands still trying to find her way out. And in the homes where the Holloway family and the Mackenzies now live, in different states under different circumstances, parents still check on their sleeping children in the night, listening for whispers, watching for small hands reaching up through the floor. Story 10, The Enigmatic Echo. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her reflection, but a sense of unease crept in. Her appearance was familiar, her attire unchanged, yet a lingering disquiet seeped through her, a flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a motion not of her own making, and as she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. Thus began the enigma of Rebecca Thorne, sparked by that eerie moment in her bathroom. What transpired next would perplex investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided alone in a modest abode nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature, she was described as reserved, preferring solitude yet maintaining amiable relations with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm dictated a life of order and exactitude. Nothing in her demeanor hinted that she would be thrust into the heart of one of the most baffling criminal enigmas of the era. The initial peculiarities seemed trivial. Objects in her dwelling appeared subtly shifted, nothing vanished, merely rearranged. A mug placed on a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush misplaced by the sink. She brushed off these anomalies as lapses in memory, attributing them to the strain of long hours spent scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw received the first complaint when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of disturbances, finally sought help from the authorities. The initial evaluation suggested no overt criminal activity, leaning more towards a case for mental health intervention rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the grievance but relegated it to the stack of non-urgent cases. No tangible evidence, Shaw later attested. No signs of forced entry, no missing items. Just a woman sensing a disquiet in her own home. Everything shifted with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca vividly recounted how her reflection appeared to move independently, how she felt under surveillance even in solitude. This time she possessed proof, a surveillance camera she had installed aimed at her entrance. The footage unveiled a chilling revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy recording depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning. Yet 20 minutes later, an identical figure to Rebecca used a key to access her residence. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for any signs of tampering or digital manipulation. None were found. The individual entering mimicked Rebecca's movements, attire, even carrying her distinctive leather bag. However, according to time-stamped footage from her workplace, Rebecca had already swiped into the office building across town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can emulate her with eerie accuracy." The inquiry heightened. Fingerprints within the residence solely matched Rebecca's. No foreign DNA surfaced. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, merely Rebecca's usual comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned encountering Rebecca upon her return one evening, receiving no acknowledgement, an anomaly though not alarming. Rebecca commenced chronicling the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her dwelling escalated. Food she didn't recall consuming vanished from her fridge. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't initiated. Most disconcerting were the photos on her phone, self-portraits resembling her yet taken without her knowledge. In some, her countenance seemed subtly awry, the grin too wide, the gaze too intense. "I feel as though I'm losing my grip on reality," she confessed to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this delusion." The breakthrough came when a pattern emerged in the surveillance footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, predetermined activities with foreseeable durations. "Someone possesses intimate knowledge of your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random, it's calculated surveillance and intrusion." A forensic psychologist posited that they were confronting a fixation, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, living her life, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Such instances were rare yet documented in psychological annals. The perpetrator often endured a psychological rupture, fixating on a victim embodying attributes they yearned for: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their resemblances. Post-dismissal, she had dispatched a series of unsettling emails to Rebecca. "We could be identical," one missive read. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to scour Lily's abode. Unveiling the contents transformed the case from disconcerting to macabre. One room in Lily's dwelling had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's boudoir. The walls were adorned with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her residence, shopping, socializing, all clandestinely taken. A closet harbored replicas of Rebecca's wardrobe. Cosmetics matching Rebecca's preferred brands lay on a vanity, accompanied by detailed notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's stride, gestures, expressions. The progression was evident: initial endeavors clumsy and blatant, later ones nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to be me," Rebecca murmured upon witnessing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me, she was erasing me." Technicians unearthed sophisticated apparatus for replicating keys and duplicating electronic access cards. Lily had devised an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's whereabouts, including a calendar predicting her schedule in detail. The investigators, however, couldn't ascertain Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in her dwelling contained rambling entries fluctuating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as me and her within the same passage. The final entry sent a chill through the investigators. "Soon, only one of us shall endure. The stronger entity shall prevail." Upon the authorities moving to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Her residence bore signs of abrupt departure, drawers ajar, certain technology absent. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was relocated to a secure location under protective custody with continuous monitoring. For 3 weeks, every locale linked to her former life was under constant surveillance. Lily remained elusive. The case took a disconcerting turn when a security officer at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been witnessed entering the premises despite being on leave. Surveillance footage corroborated the account. A figure mirroring Rebecca had employed a valid ID card to access the building, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before departing. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained sheltered in a secure location. The implications crystallized. Lily hadn't absconded, she had made her move. She now inhabited Rebecca's existence, assuming her life as the genuine Rebecca lingered in seclusion. The case remains officially unresolved. Lily Winters remains at large. Rebecca Thorne opted not to reclaim her former life, opting instead to forge a fresh identity in an undisclosed locale. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk, 2 women astonishingly similar in appearance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Occasionally, she scrutinizes their visages, seeking disparities, the telltale signs distinguishing one from the other. The truly chilling aspect Shaw imparts to fledgling detectives is not that someone can resemble or sound like you. It's the fervor with which they desire to assume your identity, eradicating themselves in the process. Identity isn't merely what we exhibit to the world, it's what we safeguard most vigilantly. And at times, we only realize its worth when someone endeavors to pilfer it. Story 11, the mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep, shrouded in intrigue. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box, a silent enigma in the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her, the address was correct, but the name was a stranger's. She hesitated, knowing she should have ignored it, left it outside untouched. Yet the pull of curiosity was too strong to resist. Gently she peeled back the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothes. Instead, nestled within was a VHS tape, accompanied by a single sticky note bearing just 2 words, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, sensing an unspoken weight to it, as if it harbored secrets too heavy to bear. Her fingertips traced the edges, feeling the familiar imperfections of old plastic. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, each stroke pressed with intent. Meanwhile, the world outside her home carried on in its usual rhythm, a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children, the steady hum of a lawnmower, oblivious to the quiet drama unfolding within. Bringing the package inside, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Woodacre meant nothing to her, a mere stranger in a sea of familiar faces. She had resided in her home for years, never encountering that name before. Curiosity and unease danced within her as she glanced at the dusty VCR, a relic of bygone days. Something about the tape beckoned to her, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Against her instincts, she slid the tape into the machine. Static crackled on the screen, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room emerged, illuminated by a single lamp casting long shadows. The camera angle was askew, as if hastily positioned. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially veiled by darkness. "My name is Daniel Woodacre," his voice echoed softly, filled with a quiet resolve. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and they will find me too." As he leaned forward, the dim light revealed a face etched with exhaustion and fear, a man on the run, haunted by unseen forces. "I am innocent," he stated firmly, "but they framed me, planted evidence, twisted the truth. I need you to know the real story." The camera shook slightly, offering glimpses of a Spartan room devoid of comfort or permanence. "I never met her until she was gone," Catherine Walsh, murdered in her own home, and my name became linked to her death. Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the VHS tape on her desk, one of many that had surfaced. Each tape carried the same urgent plea from Daniel Whitaker, a man accused of a crime he claimed he did not commit. The case of Catherine Walsh, initially straightforward, had taken a sinister turn with the appearance of these tapes. Ramirez delved deeper, unraveling a web of deceit and corruption that threatened to shatter the truth. The investigation led Ramirez to startling revelations. Catherine Walsh, a whistleblower against a powerful pharmaceutical company, PharmaCorp. Evidence emerged of a cover-up, of dangerous secrets buried beneath layers of deception. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a picture of manipulation and betrayal. Sarah Miller received a second package, filled with incriminating documents that exposed the dark underbelly of PharmaCorp's dealings. As she joined forces with Detective Ramirez and other recipients of the mysterious tapes, the truth began to emerge. Daniel Whitaker, a pawn in a larger game of deceit, had stumbled upon a conspiracy that threatened to destroy him. Together they uncovered the sinister machinations of PharmaCorp's head of security, a former cop turned conspirator. The evidence they unearthed was irrefutable, a damning indictment of the company's corruption. Justice, though delayed, finally prevailed. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, a changed man marked by his ordeal. The charges against him were dropped, his innocence finally acknowledged. In a quiet moment on Sarah's porch, he revealed the reason behind the mysterious packages. "The algorithm chose you," he explained. "I needed someone unconnected, someone who could see beyond the lies." As they stood in contemplative silence, Sarah realized the significance of the wrong address that had led to the truth. The VHS tapes, now evidence in a closed case, served as a reminder that sometimes justice arrives in unexpected packages, waiting for those brave enough to seek the truth hidden within. Story 12. She crossed the threshold, stepping into a world frozen in time, dust dancing in the still air. The abandoned house stood as a relic of the past, its walls shedding memories, its furniture shrouded in ghostly sheets. Every room she entered seemed to loop back to the parlor, a never-ending cycle of familiarity. The doors taunted her, promising different paths, but always delivering her back to the same starting point. The front door she had entered through had vanished, leaving her stranded in a labyrinth of forgotten whispers. Detective Sarah Lind found herself at the heart of a chilling mystery, the house now a crime scene shrouded in shadows. Forensic technicians moved silently through the darkened rooms, their presence ghostly against the faded wallpaper. What was once a mere curiosity had transformed into a place of dread, where compasses spun aimlessly and whispers lingered in the corners. The body of Morgan Pierce, a young scholar with a thirst for unraveling mysteries, sat peacefully in the parlor, an enigma in death as in life. Her serene expression belied the darkness that had claimed her, the cause of her demise shrouded in silence. No struggle marks, no signs of violence, just a quiet departure into the unknown. As Lynn delved into the details, the threads of Morgan's life began to unravel. A graduate student with a passion for exploring architectural oddities, she had been drawn to the house's enigmatic reputation. Her journal spoke of strange phenomena, doors leading to different places, whispers in the walls, and a sense of being watched by unseen eyes. The discovery of a rare substance in Morgan's system raised more questions than answers. Her research partner, Adam Reeves, stood at the center of the investigation, his expertise in spatial anomalies casting a shadow of doubt over their shared exploration. As Lynn dug deeper, she uncovered deleted messages hinting at a connection between Morgan and Reeves, a bond steeped in the mysteries of the house. The truth began to emerge from the shadows when a long-buried family secret came to light. Generations of Blackwoods had met their fate within the same walls, each death marked by a peaceful countenance and a sense of finality. The house held a power beyond mere architecture, a force that drew souls into its depths with a siren's call. A hidden chamber revealed artifacts of ancient origin, symbols of a deity that bridged worlds and boundaries. The echoes of rituals long forgotten whispered through the dust, linking Morgan's fate to a legacy of loss and longing. The house itself seemed to pulse with a life of its own, a living entity that cradled secrets within its decaying walls. As the investigation unfolded, tragedy struck once more. Adam Reeves, consumed by the same fate that had claimed Morgan, left behind a cryptic message of understanding. The key he clutched in his hand unlocked the final mystery, a truth that beckoned beyond the confines of mortal perception. The house, now condemned and shrouded in darkness, stood as a testament to the power of the unknown. Rumors swirled of lights flickering in the night, of shadows moving where no living soul dared to tread. Some whispered of a curse that claimed those who delved too deep, while others spoke of a gateway to realms beyond comprehension. The truth remained veiled in obscurity, a riddle without an answer. The house stood as a sentinel of the in-between, a place where time and space intertwined in a dance of shadows and whispers. And as the night descended, the echoes of lost souls lingered in the empty rooms, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lay just beyond the threshold of perception. Story 13. The motel stood there, a relic of forgotten days, a place where time seemed to have stopped. It was the type of establishment where guests didn't linger, just passing through for a night's rest. The receptionist handed her the room key with a cryptic warning, his eyes holding a hint of mystery. "Just avoid the last door on your left," he whispered, his voice trailing off. Intrigue nibbled at her curiosity as she accepted the key. That night, under the dim glow of flickering lights, she found herself standing before that very door. The metal handle sent a shiver through her hand, icy to the touch. To her eyes, the door appeared no different from the others lining the hallway until she pressed her ear against it. From the other side, a faint, haunting breath seemed to whisper through the cracks. Detective Morgan Reed, weary from lack of sleep, stooped under the caution tape marking the entrance to the room. The smell hit her first, a metallic tang that hung heavy in the air, a scent all too familiar. The carpet beneath her feet bore the dark stain of blood, a stark contrast against the faded patterns. Inside, the scene was a study in contrasts, a pristine bathroom, an untouched bed, and in between, a scene of unspeakable horror. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden hair splayed out like a halo. Her vacant eyes stared upwards, frozen in a silent scream of surprise or fear. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disturb the evidence markers scattered around. The forensic technician, his voice devoid of emotion, noted that this was the third such crime in recent months, each bearing the same chilling signature. Reed nodded in silent acknowledgement, her mind already piecing together the puzzle before her. The victim's elegant attire clashed with the drab surroundings of the motel room. An untouched handbag sat open on the bedside table, its contents undisturbed. This was no random act of violence. This was a calculated act driven by something darker. The motel manager lingered anxiously at the door, his face drained of color. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined." His voice faltered, unable to continue. The maid discovered her during routine cleaning. Reed scanned the room once more, noting the absence of forced entry or signs of struggle. The victim had either welcomed her killer willingly or had known them intimately. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photographs on the board, each woman bearing a striking resemblance to the others. All three had been found in similar rundown motels, sparking fears of a serial predator prowling the shadows. "The autopsy report is in," announced Detective Hayes, placing a folder on Reed's desk. "Death by strangulation manual. No signs of sexual assault, no DNA under the victim's fingernails." Reed furrowed her brow, recognizing the personal nature of these crimes. Days turned into nights as the investigation delved deeper. Surveillance footage from the motel revealed no unusual activity. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a meticulous financial analyst with no known enemies. Her friends painted a picture of a cautious and private individual, unlikely to choose such a place for lodging willingly. A breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Werner's sister, who hesitantly disclosed about a secretive relationship with a man from work known only as C. Reed's focus shifted to Werner's workplace, where colleagues described her as professional and discreet. A business card hidden in Werner's desk calendar led Reed to Charles Emerson, a senior vice president at the company. Emerson appeared composed and helpful during questioning, but a flicker of unease passed through his eyes at the mention of Werner. Forensic evidence linked partial fingerprints from Werner's belongings to Emerson, unraveling a web of deceit. Emerson confessed to the affair but denied any involvement in her death, claiming she had threatened to expose their relationship. Yet evidence pointed to his guilt: a credit card transaction for the adjacent room, surveillance equipment found in his possession, and incriminating fibers and DNA tying him to the crime scenes. At the trial, Emerson remained stoic, his facade unyielding even in the face of justice. Reed, catching his gaze, glimpsed a void where empathy should reside, a chilling emptiness that sent a shiver down her spine. The media dubbed it "The Door on the Left" case, a tale that captivated psychologists and true crime aficionados alike. For Reed, the case lingered, a haunting reminder that some doors, once opened, reveal darkness that can never be erased. In the quiet of the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys lay dormant, each a tangible link to a past that still whispered its secrets in the shadows, a reminder that behind every closed door, a mystery may lie waiting to be unveiled. Story 14. As the new occupants settled into their Victorian-era home, they were unaware of the secrets hidden within its walls. What began as a simple renovation project soon unraveled a tale of mystery and tragedy that would haunt their every waking moment. Michael and Sarah Klein had been captivated by the old house's charm, its intricate woodwork whispering stories of bygone days. Little did they know that beneath the peeling wallpaper in the master bedroom lay a chilling revelation waiting to be unearthed. A water stain led them to discover layers upon layers of history etched into the wall. Amongst the faded patterns of decades past, a name stood out in stark contrast: Alina Winters. The name repeated endlessly in a frantic script, sending shivers down their spines. Who was Alina Winters? A question that echoed through the halls of their newfound home, urging them to delve deeper into the enigma that surrounded her. A name absent from records, yet hauntingly familiar in its significance. A late-night search on the internet unveiled a long-forgotten missing persons case from years gone by. The photograph of the woman who had disappeared bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous owner of the house, Margaret Cavendish. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, drawing Michael and Sarah into a web of intrigue they could not escape. The missing woman, the hidden identity, the walls that spoke of a dark truth long buried. Their home transformed from a sanctuary into a center of obsession as they sought answers to the unanswered questions that lingered in the air like a ghostly presence. The renovation paused, replaced by a relentless quest for closure. With each revelation came a new layer of complexity, leading them down a path fraught with uncertainty and fear. The discovery of hidden identification cards, the connection to a psychiatric patient with a fractured mind, and the chilling realization of a crime concealed for decades. Forensic teams descended upon their property, unearthing secrets buried deep within the earth. The remains of Alina Winters, a victim of a twisted identity, surfaced to bring justice long overdue. As the truth unraveled, the facade of their dream home crumbled, exposing the dark underbelly that lay dormant for so long. The walls that once shielded them now bore witness to a tale of betrayal and madness, leaving them to grapple with the reality of their haunted abode. In the stillness of the night, Michael and Sarah gazed upon their home with a mix of dread and fascination, knowing that they had unwittingly stepped into a realm where reality blurred with fiction and the past bled into the present. Their once peaceful haven had become a relic of a tragic history, forever etched into the annals of true crime lore. The house whispered secrets of the past, a chilling reminder that some mysteries were never meant to be uncovered, and some walls held stories best left untold. Story 15. It began with a pocket dial, a mere jumble of static and faint sounds that almost went unnoticed by the operator. But then a voice pierced through the interference, a woman, her whispers laced with urgency. "He's here." And then an eerie silence descended. The number traced back to an empty house, a desolate place left abandoned for years. There were no signs of forced entry, no disturbances disrupting the stillness. Yet in the midst of the dust-laden kitchen, a phone rested on the counter, its screen casting a faint glow. The call had been placed just moments ago. Detective Morgan Reed found herself captivated by the playback, her finger hovering over the button for the 5th time. The whisper lingered in her mind, haunting and inexplicable, filled with desperation, fear, and a touch of the impossible. The property had once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had fled after a devastating fire ravaged the west wing of their home. Since then, the house had remained uninhabited. The caretaker swore by the emptiness of the place, claiming no one had set foot inside for years. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. The response revealed that the number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the former owners. She had passed away 3 years prior in a tragic car accident. Morgan's gaze lingered on the evidence bag containing the mysterious phone. The puzzle before them made no sense, a departed soul's phone making calls from a forsaken dwelling. The dust on the counter seemed disturbed only beneath the phone, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Despite the forensic team's efforts, they uncovered no substantial leads. The device bore no fingerprints, only faint smudges that defied identification. No footprints marked the path to or from the house, and all entrances remained secure. The recording of those 11 seconds of static and whispers became the focal point of their inquiry, a chilling snippet that defied logic. Voice analysis confirmed the voice on the call to be Catherine Sullivan's, with a staggering 98% certainty, matching her voice from archived recordings. The timestamp indicated that the call had taken place at the precise moment of Catherine's demise, down to the very minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into Catherine's past, interviewing those who had known her. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely perplexed. Her mother, residing in a modest apartment, crumbled upon hearing the recording, recognizing her daughter's voice with a shiver. "That's my Katie," she murmured. "She sounds so frightened." Catherine's former boyfriend, Mark Jennings, had an airtight alibi for the night of the call. He was working a night shift at the hospital, corroborated by multiple witnesses and surveillance footage. Moreover, the house had stood vacant. The call should have been impossible, yet it had occurred. The investigation hit a roadblock until Catherine's mother reached out with a startling revelation. I uncovered something in her belongings. She trembled over the phone. Katie kept a journal, the last entry. "Oh, you must see it." Within the weathered pages of the journal, intricate details of Catherine's tumultuous relationship with Mark unfurled. It chronicled a love that soured into control, isolation, and ultimately fear. The final entry bore a chilling message. He discovered my plans to leave. His rage knows no bounds. If something happens to me, it won't be an accident. Confronted with this new evidence, Mark's facade crumbled under scrutiny. "You believe I harmed Katie because of her words in that journal," he retorted defensively. "That's not proof." Morgan pointed out the discrepancy in the timeline, highlighting Mark's presence at the scene before emergency services had arrived. "I was concerned when she didn't show up. I went in search of her," he insisted. "Her car careened off a remote road. How did you know where to find her?" Morgan probed further, his complexion drained of color. "I already told you I was worried." Revisiting the site of the fatal accident, investigators conducted ground-penetrating radar scans, uncovering a chilling truth buried 20 feet from the crash site: Catherine's actual phone. The device retrieved from the house was merely a decoy, a backup stashed at her parents' residence. Examination of the buried phone unveiled deleted messages exchanged between Catherine and her sister on the fateful night. "Mark has discovered my intentions to leave him. He's tailing me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road." A revaluation of Catherine's autopsy photos by the medical examiner unveiled a grim reality. The injuries sustained were not solely from the crash. Defensive wounds marred her hands, bruising patterns hinting at a struggle at suffocation. When the authorities descended upon Mark's abode to apprehend him, they were met with an eerie sight: a shrine dedicated to Catherine, adorned with stolen mementos, photographs, and articles chronicling her tragic demise. Among his possessions lay audio editing software and scripts outlining how he had concocted the spectral call. By manipulating Catherine's voice from archival recordings, a macabre charade to confound investigators and torment Catherine's bereaved family. The scope of the investigation expanded, unearthing 2 additional suspicious deaths of young women linked to Mark, both tragically deemed accidents. 6 days into the manhunt, a breakthrough emerged as officers sighted Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan residence. Inside, they found him seated in the kitchen, fixated on a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance upon arrest. "She wouldn't remain silent," he murmured to Morgan during interrogation. "Even after I silenced her, she persisted, accusing me. I needed her voice to echo, to convince everyone she lingered somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me." The jury swiftly reached a verdict of guilty for Mark, convicting him of first-degree murder. As the sentence reverberated through the courtroom, Catherine's mother clung to the journal, finding solace in the long-awaited justice. The resolution was not born of otherworldly intervention, but rather through the tenacious spirit of Catherine, her words immortalized in ink, her final pleas for help etched into the annals of truth. The enigmatic phone from the vacant house now rests in the confines of the evidence locker. Occasionally, whispers circulate among the officers, a phantom ring that echoes through the silence, though the battery was removed long ago. Catherine's tale endures, not as a spectral legend, but as a testament to the resilience of victims, their voices transcending the bounds of mortality, even when silenced by malevolence. Story 16. The gentle current flowed lazily that morning, the water reflecting the soft hues of the rising sun. The fisherman's boat glided silently, disturbing the glassy surface ever so slightly. It was a tranquil scene, almost serene, with nature in perfect harmony. And yet amidst this peaceful setting, an ominous presence loomed. The fisherman's attention was drawn to a peculiar sight, a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore, an unexpected intruder in this idyllic landscape. At first glance, he mistook it for discarded clothes, remnants of a forgotten picnic, perhaps. But as he approached, a foul stench wafted towards him, heavy and suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was wrapped in chains, its once vibrant colors muted and rusted by time and exposure to the elements. Authorities were called, and with painstaking effort they pried open the case, revealing a horror that chilled them to the core. Instead of clothes, they found a tangle of hair, lifeless fingers frozen in a macabre grip, and at the bottom, a haunting message etched on a piece of paper: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her expression unreadable as she took in the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, lay motionless, her dark hair matted and her skin pallid, a stark contrast to the serene waters surrounding her. The medical examiner worked diligently, each movement deliberate and precise, capturing every detail before the body was carefully removed. But what struck Mercer the most was not the grisly state of the victim, but the eerie care taken in her presentation. Despite the circumstances of her demise, the woman appeared almost immaculate: manicured nails, recently styled hair, clad in expensive attire. It was as though she had been meticulously prepared, almost reverentially displayed for a twisted purpose. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her prowess in selling high-end properties. Divorced and childless, she lived a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood, her existence shrouded in a veil of secrecy. Colleagues spoke of her with a mixture of admiration and unease, noting her ambition, meticulous nature, and guarded persona. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling pattern emerged. Walsh's meticulously curated home revealed a life of precision and control, every item in its designated place, every surface pristine. Yet a subtle anomaly in her otherwise flawless abode hinted at a hidden truth: a slightly ajar drawer in her home office, concealing a leather-bound journal that unraveled a tale of escalating dread. The journal spoke of unseen eyes watching, of a lurking presence that unsettled Walsh to her core. Digital traces hinted at a relentless pursuit, with mysterious emails and cryptic messages haunting her digital footprint. Her quest for security and protection, evident in her online searches, painted a picture of a woman besieged by an unseen adversary. Detective Mercer pieced together the fragments of Walsh's life, each detail a brushstroke in a portrait of mounting terror. The methodical nature of the crime, the meticulous arrangement of the victim's body, it all pointed to a calculated ritual, a sinister dance choreographed by a disturbed mind. And then a breakthrough, an unexpected lead that cracked the facade of mystery. A pawn shop owner recognized a distinctive emerald necklace, a missing piece from Walsh's possessions. The trail led to Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker with a penchant for invisibility. Surveillance footage unveiled his shadowy presence in Walsh's life, a silent observer weaving in and out of her world with chilling precision. Linden's apartment revealed a chilling truth: a gallery of stolen moments, captured in photographs that bore witness to his dark obsession. Each image a twisted homage to perfection, each woman a canvas for his deranged artistry. And at the heart of it all, a shrine of mementos, a grotesque tribute to lives extinguished in the pursuit of an unattainable ideal. In the cold confines of the interrogation room, Linden's facade cracked, revealing a soul untouched by remorse. His words, devoid of emotion, painted a portrait of a man consumed by a twisted sense of justice, a delusion of perfection tainted by a cruel reality. As the trial unfolded, the families of the victims watched in silent anguish, their wounds raw and unhealed. Lyndon's sentence was delivered a lifetime behind bars, a fitting retribution for the lives he had callously snuffed out. For Detective Mercer, the case was closed, the files neatly stacked and archived. But in the recesses of her mind, questions lingered like shadows in the night. What drove Lyndon to his heinous acts? What inner demons tormented him, pushing him to seek solace in the destruction of others? As the river carried on its timeless journey, its waters whispering secrets untold, Mercer sat at her desk, the notebooks of the victims laid out before her. Each page a testament to lives cut short, to souls lost in the darkness that dwells within us all. And so, as the world drifted into slumber, the echoes of a chilling tale lingered in the air, a reminder that even in the quietest moments, darkness may stir, waiting to be unveiled in the light of day. Story 17. The tale unfolds in a quiet town where a costume shop prepares to shutter its doors, parting with remnants of its past. Amidst the chaos of clearance, a woman's hand alights upon a singular mask tucked away on a forgotten shelf. Its features, though delicately crafted, exude an unsettling lifelike quality that tugs at her senses. As she places it upon the counter for purchase, the cashier hesitates, a flicker of unease crossing his features. "That mask does not belong to us," he murmurs cryptically. Perplexed, the woman inspects the mask, only to find it bereft of any identifying tag. With a nonchalant shrug, she decides to claim it as her own and carries it home. That fateful night, she is roused from slumber by a soft, ethereal sound, a mere whisper of fabric stirring in the darkness. Her eyes scan the room, seeking the source of the disturbance. And there, upon her nightstand, bathed in the dim glow of moonlight, sits the mask, its gaze fixed upon her, an unspoken presence looming in the stillness. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, is discovered the next morning by a concerned neighbor. The front door stands ajar, allowing the gentle morning light to filter in, casting shadows upon the scene within. The neighbor, arriving to return a borrowed book, is met not with the expected exchange, but with a chilling tableau that would linger in the minds of all who bore witness. Catherine's lifeless form rests upon her bedroom floor, the mask conspicuously absent. Detective Morgan arrives at the somber scene as forensics meticulously document every detail. The rhythmic click of shutters punctuates the hushed murmurs of the investigative team. Amidst the observations, an officer remarks on the absence of forced entry, while the detective's keen eyes scour the room for clues often overlooked. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, a facade of normalcy shattered by the tragedy that befell the unsuspecting woman. The medical examiner, with a solemn countenance, examines Catherine's body, perplexed by the absence of discernible wounds or signs of struggle. He draws attention to her countenance, frozen in a mask of terror, an expression that speaks volumes in its silence. The detective, bending closer, whispers a haunting realization. Something drove her to the brink of fear unimaginable. Catherine, in her daily life, had been an art appraiser known for her meticulous nature and unwavering dedication to authenticity. Colleagues reminisce about her uncanny ability to detect forgeries with a single glance, a talent that now serves as a haunting enigma in the wake of her demise. The investigation takes a perplexing turn with the discovery of peculiar fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips, fibers composed of an enigmatic blend of human hair and an unidentified organic material that defies classification. The trail leads to a series of baffling deaths spanning decades, all linked by the acquisition of mysterious masks that evoke sheer terror in their wearers. A retired detective privy to one such case shares a revelation with Detective Morgan. In a dimly lit room, he discloses the existence of ancient symbols concealed within each mask, a cryptic connection to a ritual shrouded in mystique involving the transference of souls. A breakthrough surfaces in the form of a journal concealed within Catherine's abode, chronicling her harrowing descent into a realm of malevolent forces. Her final entries speak of a malevolent sentience lurking within the mask, an entity that watches, waits, and claims its victims in a macabre dance of fate. As the pieces of the puzzle gradually align, the cause of Catherine's demise is unveiled, a fatal cardiac arrest induced by unbridled terror, a fear so potent that it seizes the very essence of life itself. Yet the mystery deepens with the unearthing of surveillance footage capturing a figure adorned in the mask, moving with an eerie semblance of Catherine's form, yet devoid of her essence, a chilling specter that hints at a sinister truth lurking in the shadows. The missing mask remains an enigma, its whereabouts unknown until whispers emerge of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop. Investigators arrive too late, greeted by the news of its sale to an unnamed buyer shrouded in anonymity. The case, officially unresolved, lingers in the recesses of the detective's mind, a reminder of the enigmatic forces that elude conventional explanation. In the stillness of night, she awakens with a sense of unease, a lingering awareness of unseen eyes upon her. She secures her surroundings, warding off the encroaching dread of a malevolent entity seeking its next vessel in a cycle as ancient as time itself. The mask, a harbinger of silent horrors, bides its time, awaiting the next unwitting soul to cross its path, a vessel hungry for the essence that dwells behind mortal eyes, perpetuating a cycle of terror that transcends generations. A chilling legacy that endures in whispers carried by the wind. Story 18. The apartment had sat silent, untouched by life for what felt like an eternity. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, their expectations were low, anticipating nothing more than a layer of dust and perhaps a few forsaken remnants of the past. Yet one door stubbornly resisted their efforts to open it. A closet locked tight from within, harboring a mystery waiting to be unveiled. With a swift push, the landlord broke the seal, revealing a sight that sent shivers down their spines. The walls of the closet were etched with deep, jagged scratches, a silent testimony to some unseen struggle, and nestled in the shadows, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the mysterious, felt a chill creep up her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but the haunting implication of those desperate marks, a tale of confinement and resistance etched into the very fibers of that small, stifling space. "We need forensics now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the eerie scratches, "and pull up the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone, cryptic in its brevity, whispered hauntingly, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery figure with perpetually clammy hands, recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. A young woman kept to herself, quiet, he muttered, his gaze darting away from the closet, never caused a stir. Forensics uncovered a chilling revelation within the scratches, traces of blood, most belonging to a single individual presumed to be the missing tenant. Emma Caldwell. Yet 2 other DNA samples emerged, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man who had supposedly perished years before. "This doesn't add up," Shaw murmured, scrutinizing the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, declared dead in a past life, now left fresh imprints of his existence on the walls of Emma's prison. Emma's apartment painted a portrait of an interrupted existence, unopened mail, a solitary coffee mug left to languish in the sink, a bed meticulously made. Her phone records whispered of severed connections, of unanswered calls from an unknown figure in the days leading up to her vanishing act. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed reported. No name, just whispers of intensity and secrecy. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure, concealed beneath a baseball cap, trailing Emma into the night, an enigma waiting to be unraveled. The revelation of partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer on the closet's doorknob unveiled a sinister plot veiled in deception. He staged his demise, Shaw concluded, but why and what ties him to Emma? A web of connections emerged, linking Emma's plight to another missing soul, Lynette Porter, snatched from reality years prior. Mercer's shadow loomed large, his presence hauntingly pervasive in the lives of these women. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a trail of breadcrumbs led the investigators to a secluded estate owned by the Mercer clan. Behind forbidding cellar doors, Lynette Porter was discovered alive, yet a ghost of her former self, imprisoned in a realm mirroring Emma's nightmarish confinement. "He forced me to watch," Lynette whispered, her eyes vacant, haunted by the specter of her captor. "He wanted me to learn the price of defiance." Journals chronicling Mercer's descent into madness, photographs capturing the essence of his victims, and chilling videos documenting Emma's final moments testified to a darkness that lurked within the confines of his twisted mind. A manhunt ensued, spanning jurisdictions, as forensic experts delved into the psyche of a predator whose thirst for control knew no bounds. And as the net closed in, Mercer, armed with a new identity and a chilling destination in mind, was apprehended at a bus terminal, his bag holding tools of torment and a macabre memento of Emma's fate. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a surreal calmness, a veneer of normalcy masking the abyss of his depravity. "She sealed her fate," he remarked casually, alluding to Emma's final message, a plea for salvation from the abyss. The trial unveiled Mercer's elaborate charade, his elaborate ruse to evade justice and sow seeds of anguish in the lives of his victims. Emma's body remained a ghostly absence, her fate sealed within the prison of that closet, her cries silenced by the unforgiving walls. The jury's verdict rang clear and resolute guilty on all counts. Mercer's inscrutable smile in the face of his condemnation hinted at a private satisfaction, a twisted logic known only to him. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter stood tall, a beacon of resilience in the face of darkness. "He sought to confine us in shadows, but I choose to bask in the light," she declared, her voice a defiant whisper against the echoes of despair. The case left an indelible mark on the department, reshaping protocols for missing persons investigations, emphasizing the significance of relational dynamics and the scrutiny of rental properties. And as Detective Shaw gazed at the closet door, now a silent sentinel in her office, she carried with her a reminder that true horror isn't always splattered in crimson, but etched in the silent cries of those who yearn for liberation. Story 19. In the quiet of a suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in Sarah Miller's mailbox. It was a simple brass key, weathered by time, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. Sarah, a retired English teacher living alone, felt a strange familiarity with the key, though she couldn't place why. As she tried the key in every lock she owned, not a single one turned. It didn't belong to her. Perplexed, she set the key on her coffee table, and to her surprise, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime, despite being broken for years. Puzzled and unsettled by this strange occurrence, Sarah reported it to the authorities, hoping for an explanation. The responding officer, initially dismissive, saw it as a simple mix-up in the mail, but Sarah's intuition told her otherwise. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, unaware of the dark path this small piece of metal would lead them down. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen sense for cases that transcended their innocuous beginnings, received the key on his desk. Its presence seemed unremarkable, yet it carried an underlying sense of unease. Background checks on Sarah revealed nothing suspicious, no criminal record, no red flags in her life. She was just an unsuspecting recipient of a mysterious key. Forensic analysis yielded no fingerprints except Sarah's, no DNA, no traces left behind. The key, a standard Schlage, appeared worn and aged, hinting at a past unknown to Sarah. It wasn't until Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique pattern through the department database that a chilling connection emerged. 7 years prior, an unsolved case with an identical key pattern was unearthed, a storage unit containing evidence of unspeakable horrors. Blood-stained carpets, cutting tools, and photographs of unconscious women haunted the original investigation. The case had gone cold due to a lack of evidence, the perpetrator remaining elusive. As Detective Harmon delved deeper into the past, he uncovered the unsettling truth behind the key's origins. The key led to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's, a man who had vanished without a trace 6 years prior. Jenkins, a substitute teacher with a mysterious past, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions and hidden secrets. The investigation took a dark turn when a hidden room was discovered beneath a cabin registered under Jenkins' deceased mother's name. Inside, rows of brass keys, each with a name and date, painted a grim picture. 5 keys matched the women from the photographs, but 27 others hinted at more victims, their stories untold until now. As the manhunt for Jenkins intensified, fear gripped the community. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that struck terror into the hearts of those who had once felt safe in their suburban haven. Sarah, now under constant protection, grappled with the realization that she had unknowingly become a pawn in a twisted game of horror orchestrated by a man lurking in the shadows. The hunt for Jenkins reached a climax when a photographer captured a glimpse of him in the wilderness, setting off a final confrontation that ended in tragedy. Jenkins, evading capture, took his own life, leaving behind a journal detailing his heinous acts and a chilling message for Sarah, a reminder that he had been watching, waiting. The investigation uncovered 32 victims, bringing closure to families long haunted by unanswered questions. Sarah, forever changed by the darkness that had encroached upon her life, never returned to her home. The grandfather clock, once a source of comfort, now a harbinger of dread, stood as a testament to the insidious nature of evil that can lurk behind everyday appearances. In the aftermath of the case, researchers delved into Jenkins' writings, seeking to understand the mind of a predator hidden in plain sight. And as the brass keys sat in an evidence locker, silent witnesses to unspeakable crimes, They served as a stark reminder of the fragility of safety in a world where darkness sometimes wears a familiar face. Story 20, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its creaking heating system and clattering pipes creating a familiar symphony of sounds that echoed through the corridors. To her, it was all part of the building's character, nothing out of the ordinary in its own way. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in the air caught her attention. A whisper, delicate yet unmistakable, drifted through the vents, beckoning to her in a hushed tone. It wasn't the typical background noise of daily life. It was a voice calling her name in a way that sent shivers down her spine. Pressing her ear against the vent, she felt a chill breeze brush past her cheek, carrying with it a soft, almost playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself standing in the heart of the empty apartment, her gaze fixated on the rusted vent cover that had been pried open. Around her, the forensics team meticulously cataloged every detail, their camera flashes capturing the scene in frozen moments. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until the building's stale air gave away the grim secret. She mentioned hearing voices from the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes, but the building management dismissed her claims, attributing them to the quirks of an old heating system. Kneeling beside the vent, Shaw observed the telltale signs of struggle etched around its edges. The marks were jagged, desperate, like someone's frantic attempt to escape from within. The realization sent a chill down her spine. Alina was fondly remembered by those who knew her, a beloved teacher with a nurturing smile and a penchant for nurturing houseplants that bloomed in her windowsill. Her sudden absence had left a void, her students crafting cards in her absence, her sister filing the missing person report with a heavy heart. She grew increasingly paranoid before she disappeared, her sister had confided, her voice laced with worry. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. I assumed it was just stress getting to her. Surveying the apartment anew, Shaw noticed the meticulous bed, the abandoned coffee mug, and the chair placed beneath the vent, as if awaiting a listener. The evidence began to paint a chilling picture. Further investigations unveiled unsettling clues. Fibers trapped in the vent grill matched Alina's favorite cardigan. A foreign fingerprint lingered on the inside of the vent cover, and most hauntingly, recordings from Alina's phone revealed eerie conversations that sent shivers down Shaw's spine. The building's past held dark secrets. Previous tenants had fled without explanation, citing strange occurrences within the walls. One had even suffered hallucinations of voices calling out from the vents, hinting at a sinister presence lurking in the shadows. The building superintendent, Harold Weber, appeared composed during questioning, dismissing the occurrences as mere coincidence. But Shaw's keen eye caught a flicker of unease when she probed about the apartment's history. A breakthrough came with the discovery of a concealed passage in Alina's bathroom, leading to a hidden maintenance tunnel running through the walls. Inside, a cache of items hinted at a clandestine presence, someone living within the confines of the building, observing, listening, whispering. A search of Weber's apartment unearthed a meticulous archive of his voyeuristic escapades. Audio recordings, photographs, and journals chronicled his obsession with Alina and previous tenants, painting a disturbing picture of his twisted fixation. Weber's arrest marked the end of his reign of terror, but his cryptic words lingered in Shaw's mind. He spoke of the building as a living entity, his vessel for whispers that transcended mortal boundaries. As the trial unfolded, Weber's facade of normalcy crumbled, revealing the depths of his depravity. The jury's swift verdict of guilt sealed his fate, but his parting words echoed a haunting truth. His presence lingered in the building's very walls, a malevolent whisper that refused to fade. Today, the apartment building stands empty, a testament to the shadows that once lurked within its walls. Despite attempts at renovation and rejuvenation, new residents are quick to notice the peculiar phenomena: a whisper in the night, a cold breath on their necks, the subtle groans of the aging heating system. They reassure themselves that it's nothing out of the ordinary, just the echoes of a bygone era. But deep down, a lingering unease remains, a reminder of the chilling whispers that once haunted these halls. Story 21. In the quiet town, there was a house forgotten at the edge of the dense woods. It stood solitary, with darkened windows and a porch weighed down by the passage of time. Nobody laid claim to it. Nobody could recall who erected its weathered walls. Yet when a group of wanderers ventured too near, they beheld a peculiar sight: names carved into the wooden exterior, etched deep like silent warnings. At the very bottom of the list, fresh and untouched by the elements, was a name unfamiliar to all, until one among them murmured, voice quivering, "That name belongs to me." During the hushed hours of the night, a call came through to dispatch, logged as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who had stumbled upon his own name engraved on the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated mere mischief, perhaps teenage antics gone awry, but what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as dusk draped the forest in shadows. Her flashlight pierced through the darkness, casting light upon the worn facade of the mysterious structure. The names 27 in total etched vertically on the eastern wall, some nearly faded with time, blending into the gray wood, while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the end, Mason Wright, the incision still smelling faintly of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his breath visible in the crisp air. "I can't fathom how anyone would know my name." Thus began the investigation, delving into the backgrounds of each listed name. The findings sent chills down the spines of the detective team. Each name corresponded to a person reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, while others remained open. But all shared a harrowing detail: the individuals had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, matched a missing person case from 37 years prior. The records painted a grim picture of a young woman who entered these very woods and never returned. Despite extensive searches, only a lone hiking boot was recovered near a babbling stream. Detective Keller interrogated Mason at length. His account remained unwavering. He had no ties to the area beyond this particular expedition with his college companions. They had chosen the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in Mason's history linked him to the other names adorning the mysterious house. Attention then turned to Mason's comrades. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, presented snapshots captured during their hike. Upon scrutiny, analysts noticed a disconcerting anomaly: a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 distinct photos. A tall, slender silhouette, always partially obscured by the surrounding foliage. "We never encountered another soul on our journey," Emily affirmed. "We would have remembered." Instructing a search of the house's interior, Detective Keller uncovered an unsettling truth. Dust coated every surface, furniture lay in disarray, yet in the basement a chilling tableau awaited. Personal effects of the missing hikers meticulously arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets. each item labeled with a name matching those outside on the wall. As technicians cataloged the evidence, bloodstains emerged under ultraviolet light on the concrete floor, efforts to scrub away years of telltale marks. Though ground-penetrating radar revealed no hidden remains beneath the house, cadaver dogs repeatedly signaled toward the dense thicket at the property's rear. Amid the escalating probe, Detective Keller observed a shift in Mason Wright's demeanor. He reported strange incidents, whispers in the night, fresh footprints leading to his door but never away, shadowy figures lingering in the street. Despite assigned protection, Mason spiraled into paranoia. A breakthrough surfaced with the unearthing of long-buried land records in the county archives. The house had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors whispered of brief encounters with an unsettlingly tall, gaunt figure who shunned interaction. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller spearheaded a search deeper into the encompassing forest. The team stumbled upon rudimentary hunting blinds strategically positioned along frequented trails. Within one blind, a journal detailed meticulous observations, hikers' profiles, routes, gear, and habits. The entries evolved from hunting strategies for wildlife to chilling accounts of humans as quarry, with detailed plans for their collection. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters scanned the forest with thermal imaging, while tactical units combed every crevice and hollow. Yet the elusive figure remained elusive. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Officers dispatched to his residence found an empty, unlocked space. On the bedroom wall, a fresh inscription read, "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks passed with no sign of Mason. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, technicians stumbled upon a hidden workshop concealed behind a false wall. Woodworking tools, preservatives, and a freshly carved piece of wood bearing a new name awaited discovery. A name instantly recognized by Detective Keller, the lead technician who had processed the house previously, now mysteriously absent. Authorities established a vigilant perimeter around the house, with cameras and motion sensors poised to detect any intrusion. 3 nights later, sensors alerted to a looming presence. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, unnaturally tall and slender, moving with eerie grace. As tactical units closed in, the cameras momentarily faltered. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished without a trace. To this day, the house remains under constant watch. Mason Wright and the missing technician remain elusive. The investigation endures, with fresh resources allocated as similar vanishings are reported across woodland expanses. The names etched on that enigmatic wall have become a whispered legend among law enforcement circles. Some officers dare not utter them aloud, others prefer to steer clear of the haunting case entirely. And local hikers circumvent the house, fearful that even speaking of it might somehow consign their names to that dread list, the names never spoken. Story 22. The ancient apartment held its secrets, pipes murmuring, floorboards whispering tales of the past, but the new tenant sensed a difference in the night sounds. The footsteps above were too purposeful, too steady, yet she dwelled on the highest floor. One evening she summoned courage and tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. Silence enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock echoed from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman kept the knocking revelation to herself, attributing it to the settling of the structure, or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic. Despite the nightly footsteps persisting, she adapted, raising the volume of her television, donning headphones at bedtime, anything to drown out the rhythmic footfalls mapping unseen paths across her ceiling in the shadows. Detective Morris stumbled upon the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker unearthed a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker exposed a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's home to repair a leak. Behind it lay a narrow passage unaccounted for in the building's blueprints. Within the passage, a makeshift dwelling emerged under the beam of a flashlight, discarded food wrappers, empty water bottles, a tattered blanket, and a weathered notebook. The building manager promptly alerted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by Detective Rivera, encountered the trembling maintenance worker muttering, "Someone dwells within the walls, someone watches." The notebook chronicled intricate observations of Sarah Coleman, her routines, her visitors, her meals, her viewing habits, her sleep patterns. The script, once precise, spiraled into chaos in its final pages, adorned with cryptic symbols in the margins. "The subject no longer acknowledges my signals," the last entry read. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams delved into the crawlspace, unearthing fingerprints absent from any database. They unveiled a labyrinthine network of passages woven into the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades per structural assessments. These passages linked to 5 different apartments, culminating in observation points disguised as innocuous fixtures, yet only one terminated in Sarah Coleman's residence. Conversations with current residents yielded no abnormal accounts beyond the customary apartment noises. However, former inhabitants painted a divergent narrative. 3 prior tenants of Sarah's abode recounted feeling watched or hearing inexplicable movements. 1 departed after a mere fortnight. None voiced their encounters, fearing ridicule. A breakthrough surfaced when forensics detected minute blood splatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis tied it to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who vanished without a trace 4 years earlier. His disappearance had floundered in a cold case file, despite his family filing a missing person report. Martin had resided directly below Sarah's apartment. Detective Morris revisited Martin's vanishing act. Locals recalled Martin's grievances about noises emanating from the apartment above his own. He had confronted the tenant, Edward, a reclusive man. Martin disappeared shortly thereafter, and Edward absconded the following month without leaving a forwarding address. Tracing Edward's rental history unveiled a pattern. He favored top-floor apartments, forged few social connections, and departed abruptly. A former neighbor remembered him as intense, fixated on needing silence. Property records divulged Edward's acquisition of remote rural property. A cabin there harbored a macabre collection of photographs and notes of apartment residents, intricate maps of ventilation systems, and chilling journals detailing specimen observations and habitat maintenance. A corkboard at the cabin's core bore missing persons reports 6 individuals, all erstwhile residents of buildings Edward had inhabited. Claw marks defaced the cabin floor beneath the board, hinting at ominous rituals. Adjacent to the cabin, cadaver dogs unearthed freshly churned earth, revealing human remains, and another grave, and another. As forensic experts toiled to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's abode. Though the crawl spaces lay sealed, residents reported sporadic noises. During security system installation, maintenance workers stumbled upon a discovery, a newer notebook nestled in a corner where wall met ceiling. The initial page bore a solitary line, "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The script mirrored the former notebook. The final page depicted a crude layout of Sarah's apartment with a crimson-marked passage and a date tonight. Authorities hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her dwelling deserted. Her phone lay dormant on the kitchen counter. Her television hummed softly. The shower ran, veiling the bathroom mirror in steam. As the condensation cleared, a message materialized, etched by a finger on the glass. "Look up." The ceiling panel overhead the shower had been pried open. The manhunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a construction specialist, persists. His adeptness in building structures facilitated the covert network of passages and observation points. Thermal scans revealed no current occupancy within the walls of Sarah's building. She remains missing, her disappearance entwined with similar vanishing acts across state lines. Detective Morris is tormented not by the graves or the journals, but by the image of Sarah, hearing those phantom steps above her in a seemingly neighborless abode, the steps that ceased upon her knock, and then responded. In nocturnal solitude, Detective Morris gazes upward in his own dwelling, attuned to the night's whispers, waiting and pondering who else might be listening in the darkness. Story 23. The tale of the new homeowners began with a peculiar occurrence, the crackling of the old intercom system in the dead of night. A relic from bygone days, it had been rewired but left forgotten until curiosity beckoned the husband to press its button. A whisper like a ghostly echo crackled through the speaker, haunting in its simplicity. "Why did you come back?" His hands trembled, his heart quickened. Beside him, his wife stood, her voice barely a breath. "I never said that." The Victorian manor, a silent sentinel among ancient oak trees, bore witness to this unfolding mystery. Its exterior, weathered by time, disguised the modernity within. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn to the property by its historical charm, found themselves entangled in a web of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, the gravel murmuring beneath her unmarked vehicle's tires. The call had hinted at a break-in, but there lingered an unspoken depth to the situation. Daniel, a specter of worry, guided her through the grand foyer, where shadows danced in the flickering light. All began with the intercom, Daniel confessed, his words weighted with unease. Static, whispers, then coherent sentences. My wife thought I was losing my mind until she heard it too. In the parlor, Meredith sat rigid, a porcelain figure on an antique sofa, her gaze fixed on a world unseen. "We found something behind the wall," she revealed, her voice a fragile thread. Daniel wanted to expand the pantry, and there, hidden in the walls, her voice faltered, a shard of the past unearthed. A small leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age, whispered secrets of a woman named Alina, the manor's previous keeper. Her elegant script detailed fears of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The last entry, 30 years past, Daniel elucidated. Then silence. The previous owners spoke of an elderly man who sold them a house, vanishing into obscurity. The investigation unfurled a tapestry of deceit woven by Vincent and Alina Blackwood. Records hinted at a fractured love, a sinister disappearance. Beneath the garden shed's foundation, anomalies beckoned to be unveiled. As the earth yielded its secrets, a skeleton emerged, bearing the scars of violence. A golden band, etched with words of eternal love, told a tragic tale of betrayal. Vincent Blackwood, now a frail shadow in a care facility, confessed to the crime that time had failed to erase. His words, chilling in their calmness, spoke of a relentless voice through the intercom, a specter of his making. "She wouldn't cease her chatter," he murmured, his eyes vacant. "I sought peace, quiet, but she lingered, a phantom in my solitude." The trial, swift and somber, found Vincent guilty of murder. His deception, a symphony of lies spanning decades, crumbled under the weight of truth. Daniel and Meredith, burdened by the house's dark legacy, bid farewell, their hearts heavy with the weight of history. A memorial for Alina graced the garden, a whisper of closure in the wind. The intercom, a harbinger of secrets, was dismantled by the new owners, its echoes fading into the silence of memory. Detective Reeves, a silent guardian of justice, revisited the case, pondering how the house itself had spoken through time's shroud. As she passed by the manor on her way home, she slowed, the window cracked open to catch whispers on the breeze, echoes of a past laid to rest. The house, a keeper of stories untold, whispered secrets to those who dared to listen, a lullaby of mystery and memory. Story 24, Uncovering the Unseen. Renovations always reveal hidden treasures of the past, old relics, forgotten mementos, and lost memories waiting to resurface. But when Sarah and Michael embarked on remodeling their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they never anticipated the eerie discovery that awaited them beneath the floorboards. As they carefully pried up the aged wood, a delicate letter emerged, neatly folded and aged by time. The ink may have faded, but the message remained stark. Don't trust the one who knocked. Before the weight of those words could fully sink in, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the vacant halls, sending a shiver down their spines. Their home, once charming with its ornate details and rich history, now held a chilling secret that gripped their hearts with fear. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the mysterious, arrived on the scene with her partner. The exposed floorboards revealed a hidden cavity, a portal to the unknown. With weathered hands accustomed to unraveling enigmas, Reed delicately retrieved the ominous note, knowing that the couple's inadvertent touch had tainted it. As they recounted the haunting sound of knocking, Reed sensed a genuine fear in their eyes. Sarah and Michael, seemingly ordinary newlyweds, held no apparent dark secrets, unlike the house they now resided in. The history of their home intertwined with the enigmatic past of the Hargrove family, its previous owners. Once occupied by the reclusive widow Margaret Hargrove, the house had stood silent for years after her passing. Despite no red flags surrounding Margaret's death, a palpable sense of unease lingered in the air, whispering of untold secrets. Delving deeper into the past, Reed uncovered a tale of debt, fear, and betrayal. Franklin Hargrove, a respected figure in the community, harbored a dark secret, gambling debts that spiraled out of control. When the ominous collector, Victor Mercer, came knocking, demanding payment, a tragedy unfolded within the confines of the old house. Through meticulous investigation and haunting revelations from Margaret's sister, the truth emerged like a specter from the shadows. Franklin's desperate act to protect his wife led to a macabre burial beneath the house, a grim testament to the lengths one would go to in the face of impending doom. With each layer unearthed, the past bared its teeth, revealing a web of deceit and treachery that had long been buried. Margaret's diary entries, filled with paranoia and dread, painted a portrait of a woman haunted by the echoes of the past, the 3 knocks that pierced the silence of her solitude. As the case reached its resolution, justice served its cold hand to the long-forgotten victim, Victor Mercer. The house, now tainted by the stains of its history, stood as a silent witness to the horrors that had transpired within its walls. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the revelations, chose to part ways with the haunted abode. Yet whispers still lingered in the night, a tale woven into the fabric of the house itself. Locals spoke of faint echoes, 3 distinct knocks that pierced the darkness, a reminder of the secrets buried deep within. The note, a relic of warning, remained a chilling testament to the unseen forces that lingered in the shadows. In the end, Detective Reed closed the case, but some mysteries defy closure. The truth, elusive and enigmatic, danced just beyond reach, leaving a lingering question in its wake. Who was the true bearer of fear in the night, and what secrets lay buried beneath the floorboards, waiting to be uncovered by the curious and the brave? Story 25. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten belongings in the attic, a time-worn relic left behind by the previous inhabitants of the house. Within its depths were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and celebration, typical snapshots of birthdays and family gatherings, harmless, mundane, until she reached the final photograph. It depicted her very own living room, the familiar couch, the familiar curtains. Yet the family captured in the image was not hers. And lurking in the background, nearly imperceptible in the dimness, stood a man in the hallway observing. Rebecca shuddered as a chill slithered up her spine while she scrutinized the photograph. Her fingers quivered slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to tremble. The family in the picture, a woman with sun-kissed hair, a bespectacled man, and 2 children, beamed at the camera, oblivious to the figure lingering in the shadows behind them. Their smiles frozen in a moment of bliss, unaware of the looming danger nearby. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca carried the photo with her. The house, always too vast, too desolate since her arrival 4 months ago, now felt stifling. Placing the photograph on the cold kitchen counter, she gazed at it under the harsh glow of the fluorescent light. The resemblance was uncanny, the archway leading to the hallway, the unique crown molding, the bay window welcoming the morning sun. This was undeniably her home, yet these faces were strangers. The detective arrived clad in a worn leather jacket that bore witness to countless investigations. Detective Morgan possessed eyes that missed no detail, methodically examining the photograph. Running a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, he turned it over to reveal the blank back. "What do you know about the family who sold you this house, the Nelsons?" His voice rumbled low. Rebecca confessed very little. The transaction was handled by a realtor. They had already relocated out of state. Morgan nodded, his expression inscrutable. "May I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the picture." The investigation commenced discreetly. Rebecca delved into the history of the house's previous occupants. The Nelsons had acquired the property from a family named Crawford, who had resided there for 7 years before an abrupt departure. Preceding them were the Mornos, who had owned the house for almost a decade. Detective Morgan retraced the lineage through property records, interviewed former neighbors, and constructed a timeline of residents. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier identified the family in the photograph. "Those are the Sutherlands," he asserted. "They lived in that house for about a year before vanishing without a trace. Mail piled up and everyone assumed they left without notice." The Sutherland family had evaporated into thin air. 4 individuals gone, no forwarding address, no evidence of the children enrolling in new schools, their vehicles never located, bank accounts dormant. As if they had simply ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to roughly 15 years prior. The technician highlighted subtle nuances in the image, the peculiar pattern of airborne dust particles, the eerie stillness of the subjects. "This was taken with a timer," she elucidated. "Notice how they are all perfectly positioned. Someone arranged the camera and then hurried into place." But if the Sutherlands had orchestrated the photograph, who was the mysterious figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled more details about the shadowy presence. Towering, masculine, clad in what seemed to be dark attire. His visage remained concealed, but his stance implied intense scrutiny. He stood unmoving, as if he belonged there, as if he possessed every right to inhabit that space. Detective Morgan uncovered a disturbing pattern. Preceding the Sutherlands, another family had dwelled in the house for precisely 1 year before vanishing, and before them another. 5 families over 5 years, all disappearing without a trace, always after precisely 1 year of residence. Rebecca had resided in the house for 4 months. Delving into historical records, the investigation unearthed construction information from decades earlier. The house had been erected by a renowned architect with an impeccable reputation, yet the project manager vanished near completion. Samuel Whitfield, his replacement, completed the project. Police archives contained a solitary photograph of Whitfield, a tall, gaunt man with piercing eyes and hollow cheeks. Upon digitally aging and comparing him to the figure in the Polaroid, the resemblance was striking. However, Samuel Whitfield had purportedly perished in a construction mishap shortly after the house's completion. His remains never recovered from the collapsed foundation of another building site. The focus shifted to the basement. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the concrete floor, inconsistencies in density that defied explanation. As the jackhammers breached the surface, a pungent odor assailed their senses. Buried beneath layers of concrete and earth, they uncovered them. Not only the Sutherlands, all of them, every vanished family, impeccably preserved in the chilly, arid soil. Among their possessions lay a camera. The very camera that had captured the Polaroid discovered in the attic, and numerous other photographs, each portraying a distinct family, smiling, oblivious to the figure observing from the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. While investigators cataloged evidence, they stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace in the attic, concealed behind a false wall. Within lay a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations of the families who had resided there. The final entry bore a date just 3 days prior. The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline. Rebecca relocated to a hotel under police protection. In the dead of night, her slumber was shattered by a ringing phone. Answering, she was met with only the sound of breathing, then a click succeeded by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera ejecting a photo. The inquiry persists to this day. The house stands vacant, its windows shrouded in darkness, its mysteries not entirely unveiled. Samuel Whitfield remains elusive, if that was his true identity. Some investigators speculate he perished long ago, while others assert he simply migrated to a new locale, assumed a new identity, inhabited a new residence. And somewhere amidst the shadows, photographs are developing new families, new abodes, new watchers. The sole certainty is that those seeking the truth about the man in the photograph are now themselves under surveillance. Story 26. In the hush of twilight, as the shadows lengthened and the whispers of the past danced in the air, the old library stood, its fate hanging in the balance. The demolition crew worked tirelessly, their efforts nearing completion, when a serendipitous stumble unveiled a secret concealed within the ancient walls. A hidden latch, dormant for years, yielded to a gentle touch, and with a soft sigh, the bookshelf parted, revealing a clandestine passage leading to a chamber veiled in mystery. The air within was heavy with the weight of time, a silence so profound it echoed through the ages. There, in the heart of the hidden room, stood a solitary chair, anchored to the floor as if rooted in the depths of memory. Etched upon the walls, a haunting refrain echoed in the dim light, "I am still here." The foreman's call for assistance pierced the stillness, summoning the authorities to unravel the enigma that lay before them. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator steeped in the shadows of the past, stepped into the hidden chamber, his flashlight casting a fragile beam across the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice a solemn invocation in the Chamber of Secrets. "Let no hand disturb the sanctity of this place until the truth is laid bare by the hands of forensics." The narrative of the building whispered of a family haunted by the Harringtons, pillars of the community, who had bequeathed the library to the public in the wake of their daughter's vanishing. Rebecca, a specter of the past, had disappeared without a trace, leaving naught but unanswered questions in her wake. As the forensic team delved into the shadows of the hidden room, fragments of a chilling tale emerged. Hair and fibers entwined in the chair, echoes of a struggle frozen in time. The walls bore witness to a silent plea, etched in blood and skin, a poignant testament to a life interrupted. Walsh, driven by a relentless pursuit of truth, delved into the labyrinth of the Harrington legacy, unraveling threads of deceit and betrayal that spanned generations. The timing of the library's donation, a cloak of benevolence concealing darker motives, beckoned him closer to the heart of the mystery. A contractor's handiwork, shrouded in shadows, hinted at a darker purpose, a room crafted to confine to silence. Maxwell Harrington, the family's patriarch, emerged as a figure cloaked in shadows, his secrets buried beneath layers of deception. With each revelation, the past unfurled its tendrils, weaving a tapestry of malice and despair. The DNA unveiled a truth long concealed. The captive of the hidden room was none other than Rebecca, imprisoned by kin and blood. In Maxwell's study, a journal whispered of obsession, of a darkness that lurked beneath a veneer of respectability. The final entry, a damning confession of fear and desperation, laid bare the sins that had festered in the heart of the Harrington dynasty. Maxwell, a figure of authority reduced to a shadow of his former self, confessed to the unspeakable, the murder of his niece, the silencing of a voice that dared to challenge his dominion. Beneath the veil of lies, Rebecca's remains lay in silent repose, a testament to a life cut short by greed and betrayal. As justice cast its long shadow over the Harringtons, the community gathered in mourning, the library transformed into a shrine of remembrance. Flowers adorned the entrance, a tribute to a life extinguished too soon, a truth unveiled in the dying embers of the past. Rebecca's message, etched in desperation upon the walls, resonated through the ages, a testament to a soul that refused to be forgotten. In the quiet of the night, justice prevailed, a beacon of light in the darkness, guiding lost souls home. Story 27, the attic held secrets she never wanted to uncover, but fate had a different plan. When the storm breached the sanctuary of her home, she had no choice but to ascend to the forgotten realm above. Dust danced in the dim light, embracing the abandoned relics of time. Among them, a peculiar dollhouse stood silently in the shadows, its miniature world frozen in eerie detail. Each tiny piece of furniture was meticulously placed, each room a mirror of reality. Yet as she peered closer, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures within were not lifeless dolls, but tiny replicas of her family, carved with unsettling precision. Every detail captured, every gesture mirrored, except for one. The figure meant to be her stood alone by the attic entrance, a silent sentinel watching over the tiny domain. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the miniature roof, feeling the weight of the wooden figure that stood guard. The chill that crept through her veins was not born of the draft whispering through the rafters. This dollhouse didn't belong here. This wasn't her childhood haven, but a temporary abode her family had recently inhabited. The discovery sparked a chain of events that would unravel a mystery beyond comprehension. A frantic call to law enforcement set the wheels of investigation in motion. Officers arrived at the suburban dwelling to find a family gripped by fear, refusing to climb the stairs to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a mere prank or the manifestation of new home jitters. But as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling reality emerged. The intricate detail of the dollhouse figures held a sinister significance. Each tiny replica bore a resemblance so uncanny, it sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. Fingerprints foreign to the family adorned the dollhouse, leading to a discovery that pierced the veil of normalcy. Microscopic cameras hidden within the miniature eyes connected to a sophisticated surveillance system beneath the dollhouse unveiled a voyeuristic obsession of unsettling proportions. The family's routine movements, meticulously recorded and analyzed, revealed a haunting truth. The stalker had not merely observed but studied them, learning their habits, their vulnerabilities. It wasn't mere stalking, it was a twisted dance of possession, a voyeuristic obsession that defied conventional understanding. A hidden passage in the basement, concealed behind a false wall, revealed the intruder's lair. Clues of habitation, traces of a shadow living beneath the unsuspecting family, painted a picture of intrusion beyond imagination. The absence of forced entry confounded investigators, leading them down a labyrinth of unanswered questions. Digital forensics unveiled a trail of breadcrumbs leading to a modest apartment across town. Within its walls, a gallery of faces stared back, frozen in time. The meticulous journals chronicled the lives of the observed, a macabre dance of possession and control. The workshop, a shrine to twisted devotion, housed unfinished dollhouses, each a testament to a life under scrutiny. Martin Wells, the orchestrator of this chilling symphony, remained eerily composed as he revealed his motivations. A possessive delusion, a need to control what he had lost, had spiraled into a nightmare of surveillance and manipulation. His chilling words echoed in the interrogation room, a testament to a mind unhinged by loss and obsession. As the truth unraveled, a family's sense of security lay shattered. The violation of their privacy, the desecration of their sanctuary, echoed in the halls of justice. Wells faced the consequences of his actions, a litany of charges reflecting the depth of his intrusion. The aftermath of the ordeal left scars that time could not erase. The family sought solace in a new beginning, a fresh start far from the shadows of the past. Yet the specter of surveillance lingered, a haunting reminder of a violation that transcended physical boundaries. The case of the dollhouse voyeur remains a chilling enigma in the annals of criminal psychology, a tale of obsession and possession, of boundaries crossed and lives entwined in a web of deceit. As the echoes of the past fade into whispers, one truth remains sometimes: the most terrifying horrors lurk within the familiar, waiting to be uncovered.